And one more request before we start, please put your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you. So, good morning again. My name is Tengis Paladze. I am Senior Fellow at the European Center for International Political Economy, Brussels-based think tank. Today is my honor and privilege to moderate the session about the Black Sea. Actually, that's second day we're discussing development in the Black Sea region, in Ukraine, and every day, even hourly, we are seeing very alarming development. So Black Sea is, I would say, one of the important determinant of the European policy, European development, European civilization. And during the centuries, it was either interconnected between the partners or dividing line between the rivals. Talking about the Black Sea, we have to take into account that we are talking about the purely European Sea, because on both sides of the Black Sea, there are European nations. So therefore, when we're talking about Black Sea security, we have to treat Black Sea as a European sea, and this is part of the European security. So therefore, what happened in the Black Sea, it never stays in the Black Sea and affects much wider region and affects entire European security. And today, Black Sea is facing another critical point. Russia develops its rollback scenarios. We had an opportunity yesterday to talk about those scenarios, trying to redraw the map of Europe and try to construct new dividing lines in Europe. At the same time, the West, the NATO, the EU try to respond, try to reinforce its defensibility. NATO is working about the new strategic concept, working about the Black Sea strategy. This year, we are expecting a very important NATO summit in Madrid. At the same time, Russia presented its lists of demands and try to legitimize its policy of sphere of influence. So to discuss all those issues today, I would say we have outstanding speakers, the people who has both practical and scientific expertise on the Black Sea issues. And it's my honor and privilege to introduce our distinguished speakers. So first of all, let me start with Dr. Hanna Shendest, who is Director of Security Program of the Western Policy Council, Ukrainian priest, and Editor-in-Chief of Ukraine Analytica. I would say Hanna is the outstanding expert, not only about the Ukraine, but all the Black Sea security issues, NATO, EU integration, or the person who knows situation in every single country.
Unfortunately.
The Black Sea region, and a great friend of Georgia. Hanna, welcome, and that's really a pleasure to have you today among us, especially now when we have such development in Ukraine. Another friend of Georgia, my friend, Dr. and Professor Julian Kifu, the State Counselor of the Romanian Prime Minister for Foreign Relations, Security and Strategic Affairs. He was the President of Conflict Prevention and Early Warning Center in Bucharest since 2014. He also was the Presidential Counselor for Strategic Affairs and International Security. Julian, welcome, and it's our honor and pleasure to have you among our distinguished speakers. Amanda Ball, Amanda, welcome. Great to see you again in Georgia. Senior policy analyst in the World Program of the European Policy Center, a leading Brussels-based think tank. She leads the European Policy Center works on Russia, Eurasia, and Turkey, including security and conflict resolutions in the Black Sea region. She is the author of a number of articles about the Black Sea security, about European security. Amanda, welcome again. So first of all, let me start with Hannah. My first question, of course, would be about the current development in Ukraine, but I want you not just describe the development, but talk about similarities, what we have in Ukraine, in Georgia, in other countries. Speak more about Russia hybrid warfare technique and toolkits, and the most important, about the consequences of this scenario, not for Ukraine or for Georgia, but for the European security. Thank you.
Thank you, Tengiz, and thank you for the invitation. It looks like I have the loudest microphone plus my loud voice. I will take it a little bit like this. I will start from the very end, as when you said about the European, today in the morning when I switched on BBC, it was the hard talk with the Ukrainian Minister of Defense. And unfortunately, I was only at the very last minute of this interview, but one phrase really impressed me when he said, you should stop thinking about this as the conflict on the east of Ukraine. It is the conflict on the east of Europe. And that was very powerful and good message, because really it's so easy sitting us in Berlin or in Paris to think that it is somewhere very far. It's not part of you, it's part of another country, that's something happening there. Today we will support, tomorrow we will consider domestic politics. But when you start thinking about this as the conflict in Europe, on the eastern border of Europe, as the part of your environment, first of all, yep. And that is, we are coming to the second issue with the Black Sea. That's what we've been discussing with you for many, many times, that especially within the international organizations, European Union and NATO, they do not consider the Black Sea as part of themselves. Doesn't matter that we have 3 member states of NATO, it is still neighboring sea. It's not the sea that NATO felt the real responsibility. The last years it is changing, and unfortunately it is changing mostly because of the negative developments rather than positive understanding of the value and the importance of the Black Sea. At the same time, when we are talking about the current developments, I'm definitely not going to speak about all these number of tanks, helicopters, personal infrastructure that is on the border, because you've been listening about these within the last months from all media outlets. But what is interesting for me is that we are talking about the land. In all news that I'm hearing, that I'm listening within the last months, it's only about the forces composition and forces increase at the land borders, somewhere near Belarus, near the contact line with uncontrolled territories, but nobody's speaking about the sea. Nobody is speaking about how many ships brought additionally to the Black Sea. Just 2 days ago, additional ships from the Baltic Sea, from the Russian Baltic fleet, moved from there in the direction of the Black Sea. Nobody's speaking about the modernization of the Russian Black Sea fleet that's been happening within the last years and increased. So most in the news that you can find, it would be about how we have not 17,000 but 35,000 of the Russian personnel in Crimea, or something additional about Iskander, but nobody's talking about submarines, that we now have 7 submarines instead of 2 submarines. Can you imagine the Black Sea and 7 submarines? Honestly, it was always quite a question for me, why do you need them? But that is a reality. It demonstrates that these theater of war is not less important and unfortunately much more neglected by the international partners comparing to the land when they really analyze and follow what is happening over there. And that is also one of the consequences of what is happening, that unfortunately, while prioritizing one thing, we are not following that attentively to others. And that's not only about Ukraine, but that's also about other conflicts in the Black Sea, because let's be honest, that while attention is paid to Ukraine, we are happy that finally attention is paid to Ukraine, but at the same time, the attention is taken away from Transnistria, from both Georgian territories, even Nagorno-Karabakh lost a little bit of the attention that it got, again, because of the negative events happening a year ago. And this inability to see these conflicts, except maybe Nagorno-Karabakh, because it is more complicated issue. But if we just speak about Transnistria, Ossetia, Abkhazia, and Ukraine, it is the issue of not seeing it as the big picture, of having the same goal of destabilizing domestic situation, that keeping the countries on the edge, not to allowing them to go further, to develop, to make their choice of the foreign policy, the sovereign choice of the countries. And here you can make it in the different manners. Definitely, you've been speaking about hybrid warfare. I don't like this word because, joke, not Russian, not new. Ancient Greeks were perfect in this. Bismarck was perfect with the hybrid instruments. But what is happening now, it is definitely the development and the massive use of the certain instruments. And I hope that we would finally publish our report about malign foreign influence, talking about Greeks. But it's definitely a small advertisement that we've been developing the last year with Tengiz, with yet few colleagues, the report about the Russian malign influence, where we took very specific issues: cyber, church, media, and energy. And definitely looking how all of them been used not just as an instrument of influence or just the instrument of pressure, but how very often these instruments been used in parallel with the military forces accumulations. That's why it is hybrid. I hate when somebody is naming hybrid the information warfare, because hybrid it is because you always have this military component, this military threat that can be either in parallel used or in the consequent use for other mechanisms. But at the same time, we see the change of the domain of the warfare. Before 2015, we talked about cyber as soft security, as technical issue, what private companies, maybe security services should. Yeah, and finally in 2015, Ukraine, after the first serious attacks, we added it at the military doctrine, the cyber sphere as the fifth domain of warfare, equal to land, sea, air, and space. In yet few years, we saw it within NATO that finally cyber being accepted as the, even that it can be used for Article 5, as far as I remember in the latest documents. And what we have the attacks of the last week in Ukraine, a massive attack when half of the ministries' web resources were down, the registries were down, the National Bank had attacks, and we started to have consultations. But a lot of international organizations are afraid to name that it was an attack and that it was the warfare. And it's still this certain hesitation of, yeah, on the paper it is, but is it sufficient? And that's always the question for me. What does mean sufficient? What you really need to finally start understanding how serious that is. Okay, one computer is not dangerous, 5 computers is dangerous. That's the same as the phrase I heard, unfortunately, in one of the NATO organizations back in 2014 when Crimea annexation already happened. And I said, okay, what do you need to be involved? They said, you know, you don't have casualties. I said, how many casualties? Well, we have few people killed at that time, few soldiers been killed. And 100 people, it's not enough? Probably not. I said, okay, tell me, 1,000 should be killed. If you said that it is not enough casualties, how many people should be killed for you to start thinking about this as a serious issue? It was both practical and theoretical conversation, because I've been talking with military, very high-ranking military, and they were not ready to answer. Definitely when you speak with politicians, it's even more difficult to answer for that. And this cyber attack really demonstrated it. You just named that it is the cyber attack of this scope can be named as the attack, but at the same time, nobody is ready to make decisions according as it is with the warfare.
Thank you. I will get back to you very soon about this threat assessment and cyber attack. And I absolutely agree that conflict in Ukraine is not the conflict in part of Ukraine. This is conflict in Europe. But before that, I would like to switch to Julian. Julian, I remember in 2008, after Russia invaded Georgia, we met in Bucharest. It was Security Conference. And you were the person who stated that NATO must elaborate strategy towards the Black Sea and develop this strategy. So 14 years have been passed since then. Also 14 years, this year marked 14 years after prominent Bucharest statement that Georgia and Ukraine will become a member of NATO. By the way, this is the 20 years since the Georgia statement that Georgia want to join NATO. And we're still discussing Black Sea strategy. So we are still discussing measures must be taken to counter Russian activities. So does it mean that Russia is always a step ahead of us? Does it mean that we have problem to elaborate coherent? And the next question is, today we are witnessing very interesting process of negotiation between US and Russia, NATO, Russia. Russia presented its list of demands, so it more looks like as an ultimatum rather than serious proposal for the negotiation, because all the obligation lies on the Western side and there are no obligation on Russia. It's obvious that the Western answer will be that they stay together and stick together and reiterate the Bucharest statement, but is that all, or the West is ready for some new initiatives on what you are expecting from the upcoming NATO summit in Madrid? So many questions. Floor is yours.
Okay, understood that I have the next 1 hour and 50 minutes to answer. First, let me begin with the no time in a position that I have to say this, that my statements does not necessarily represent the position of the Romanian government.
Of course.
So, letting that aside, you were talking about Russia having the first step, being ahead of us. Well, it underlines who's offensive, who is creating problems. It's not, and I will quote Secretary of State Blinken, it's not NATO who invaded any country. It's not NATO who breached each and every commitment, beginning with Helsinki in 1975, respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of the countries, continuing with OSCE fundamental papers, continuing with Budapest Memorandum, Chart of Paris of Europe, founding documents of the CIS, Alma-Ata. Somebody remembers? Russian Federation is a signatory of those documents who lead to the disintegration of the Soviet Union. They are there. There are references in the last conference of Mr. Foreign Affairs Lavrov that I kindly ask you to come back and to read last Friday, where the references are the UN. It's very, very easy to go to the UN. UN means result of the Second World War, means result of Yalta. And Russian Federation wants a new Yalta, so new spheres of influence coming back to 100 years ago, if possible. It is stated all over the way, the fact that Russian Federation does not meet its commitments, except those that it chooses, and even slices of this topic, because the UN Charter contains even this: no threat with military weapons, abstaining from using military. But the policies of power, meaning using military for solving international affairs, and the temptation of big power politics, which means big bargainings, Yalta type, are still on the table of the Russian Federation, who looks at the world the way that they look 100 years ago. Now, that's why Russia is ahead. It doesn't mean that planning and strategic planning does not happen at all stages. Every serious strategic planner has the files for plan A, B, C, for each of the evolutions that could happen. It doesn't mean that surprise is not possible, but it is very rare behind closed doors. So in that respect, I would say that it is also a way of of not stopping, somebody put it, not stopping Russia when it makes mistakes. Something needs to finally happen in such a way that this attempt of being in the center of attention by a state with the GDP equal to that of Spain should disappear. I'm not, okay, it's very easy to quote John McCain, but I will not fall in this part. The second part was about the existing process and Russia ultimatums and so on and so forth. I will just quote three major labels if you want. I can come back. The first one is the Thucydides trap that I suppose that at this point Vladimir Putin fall into. So actually, with very few possibilities of getting out of the game that it has prepared. The second one is the Fulda Gap. If you remember Second World War, it is an attempt to actually destroy all the gray zones between NATO eastern flank, Western world, I mean Ukraine included, and Russia's borders. So it's an attempt to see and to draw the enforced border where it will happen. And the third point is the blame game. Who's to blame for the fact that a war is on the edge or eventually, God forbid, will happen? Well, we propose something. Okay, it doesn't count. It's a non-starter. The two agreements are non-starter. It doesn't count that normally when you really want to make diplomacy, you are not doing that by airing and publishing on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs website. You know, negotiations are not done in such a way. But let's assume that this is happening. And with this, I'm arriving to how the world reacts, how NATO, the West reacts to this challenge, and where we are. You've seen the last 10 days, 1 week, an evolution who stays in the general lines that we all accepted in NATO at all the levels, which are focusing on two tracks. On one hand, defense and deterrence, there are characteristics of NATO. The second one, dialogue and diplomacy. The two tracks are getting together in the same area. And one of the things that was publicly stated and behind closed doors, even with more solid proof, was the fact that any attempt of Russian Federation to go ahead in Ukraine would have as consequences, first, in economy, finance, trade, transfer of technology, access to loans, the ones that you can find in the proposal of the Democrats in Congress. So actually decoupling completely Russia from any of those, with a minor question mark about energy. Yes, about gas. That's one point. But even in that area, there's plan B and C to deal with this. The second part, which is the most important, to reassure, and that wants to reassure it with moving hard capabilities on the whole, all along the eastern flank, from north to south, in order to grant reassurance for the NATO members, which is one of the attributes of the US and of all the countries. The third point is also in the deterrence part, because that deterrence is not defense, they are not there, is granting Ukraine whatever is needed for them to defend. And you know the programs, you know the money, it's just a matter of transfer of these weapons. We are defensive weapons, by the way. And that's very clearly stated, including in the laws, including in the allocations of the Congress in the budget, in order to defend itself. It's not a matter of attack. And in that area, I've seen the allegations of Mr. Lavrov in his statements. In this area, things are very clear. Ukraine knows that any step further, any type of attempt to regain by military means the area in eastern Ukraine, Donetsk, Luhansk, the Donbass occupied zone, would mean losing the support of the West. So it's not about any type of attack in the region. It's a purely defensive stance. You've seen the discussion last time, and I suppose that the fact that we don't have a conclusion, neither an attack on Ukraine, neither Russia rising from the table and getting out of the room, is the fact that first, they realize where they are staying and the consequences. Second, the fact that they have in front of them, despite what happened behind closed doors, who were, I can confess, only nuances and behavior and manners and how to address, but it was just a wall. No cracks, no possibility to speculate between countries, between transatlantic relation, between European relation, no cracks at all. Now we are facing a new, very complicated week, which will begin, I think, today in Kiev. You have Secretary of State Blinken in Kiev. By the way, look, there's another thing. All this number of high officials who are visiting Kiev in a symbolistic support for Ukraine. Look that every day, each and every day, the communication of the US embassies, the communication of all the states, including my own state, are coming with messages of support for Ukraine, like every single day. And this is also a very important thing because Russia knows how to read symbolistics. It's also very important. So we have Secretary Blinken in Kiev. We will have the debate, I think that it's tomorrow, in Berlin with France and Germany. And we are going to have a new discussion between Minister of Foreign Affairs Lavrov and Secretary of State Blinken in an attempt to solve the situation diplomatic way. It is true on another point, and I think that military planners know very well, that the possibility of maintaining 100,000 or plus soldiers in a readiness situation for more than a month and a half, 2 months, is very low. They have made exercises, meanwhile, the New Year Eve, Christmas and everything. So it's very complicated to maintain the level of readiness, which means that if an operation does not happen between the 20th of January and 15th of February, we knew that. Yeah. It has been publicly stated by several analysts, it would be difficult to maintain and to continue this stance. I suppose, and that's also a wish, and that's also what I believe, that at this point, The only thing that is on the table is how to find a solution for Russia to get out of this trap where they get themselves in. If there's an attempt of moving in Ukraine, I think that, and it's a personal statement, President Putin will not be the hero of rebuilding the Soviet Union in a different form, but it will be the person who destroy and disintegrate the Russian Federation. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Very impressive, and I think our experts will have a lot of questions. And I think this is also kind of test point for the Europe, coherence of Europe, because what is Russia looking for? It's looking and playing with disagreements, what really exist among allies. But let me ask Amanda. Amanda, I think everyone, at least everyone, every expert I know in Europe agree that Russian activities are a significant threat for Europe. However, when it comes to the triggers, causes, solution mechanism, Europe demonstrates its diversity, and Europe demonstrates the lack of coherence. At the same time, and quite often, Ukrainians, Georgians were complaining that our Western partners, they don't understand the situation on the ground. They don't understand the real threat. And there are some, let's say, disagreements, misperception between Eastern Partnership countries and the European. So, what is the problem? This is the miscommunication, this is the misunderstanding, this is the misperception maybe, and how to solve this problem, how to reach this coherence among allies and between the EU and NATO members and aspirant and associated countries.
Thank you, Tengiz. A very easy question to answer. I have to say that I do believe that the EU sometimes doesn't understand regional dynamics as well as it could do. Not the countries that are bordering the Eastern neighborhood, because they do very well understand. But I would say perhaps some of our member states don't understand these dynamics so well, or perhaps they don't even want to really understand these dynamics. And I think this comes back to your first point about, coherence, about response. Because if we actually go back 12 months, it was 12 months ago that Mr. Borrell was just about to set out on his now infamous trip to Moscow, which went very badly indeed. And this was the beginning of a year, 2021, of very difficult relations between Russia and the EU, a number of different crises, because this crisis is only the last one of a whole set. There was the earlier military buildup in the spring of 2021. There was the issue of the energy crisis during the summer. And in between that, of course, there was Belarus. Everybody's forgotten about Belarus, actually. It's disappeared down the agenda of the EU. But the Russians also have had a huge stake there. You could say in 2021 that this whole wider Black Sea region became a Russian playground. But I mean, coming back to the visit of Borrell, I mean, I remember very well because I mean, I'm sitting in Brussels and after he came back, I mean, apart from, you know, everybody blaming everybody else, why did he go? He shouldn't have gone. You know, you member states made him go, you know, he should have listened. Then there was this whole discussion about how we need a new Russia strategy. This isn't the first time there's been that sort of discussion in Brussels. It's probably about the millionth time. But this time it was, yes, we need a real Russian strategy. We can't have the Russians running rings around us. We need to do something about it. But as far as I'm aware, I mean, this strategy still hasn't appeared. And this is really the crux, in my opinion, of the main problem that the EU continues to have. First of all, it fails to have a key strategy or united strategy towards Russia. It doesn't have any vision of what the relationship with Russia should be. And linked to that, it doesn't have a strategy actually for the Eastern neighborhood either. It doesn't have any, I would say, medium or long-term vision. Maybe they have some sort of short-term objectives, but beyond short-term objectives or goals, they don't really have this. And this is because the EU really misses this, you know, strategic thinking. They do short-term, very responsive, you know, reactionary thinking. But I mean, the EU isn't good at doing long-term thinking. And this is reflective not just in Russia, but in the approach towards the Eastern Partnership countries. I mean, you can see over a period of time, a sort of lethargy has set in. I mean, for some member states, I mean, this region remains important, but for a lot of other countries, they don't have the same sort of, you know, dynamic approach or the resolve towards this region. And I think this in part has resulted in a slowing down of reform processes in the region. The fact that the EU isn't able to engage in key issues such as security issues is very problematic. But when it comes to this, I mean, this particular crisis, I really hope it doesn't get to the point where the EU needs to take a decision over sanctions, quite honestly, because despite the fact that we've heard numerous messaging over how we're going to have a tough response, Russia is going to pay big time for what it's doing in the eastern neighborhood, what it's doing to Ukraine. I'm not personally convinced that we're going to see really tough sanctions coming out of Brussels. I mean, this is a problem, but again, this reflects the fact that sanctions, when we talk about sanctions, you know, they sound quite easy, or we're just going to put them on, but sanctions have costs for those countries that actually place the sanctions as well. And just going back to Belarus for a second, because there was also this, you know, strong, you know, we're gonna help the Belarusian people, but when it came to more difficult sanctions, some member states didn't want to put them. I mean, my country, Belgium, they blocked the EU putting sanctions on the potash industry in Belarus simply because they have a stake. And this is what concerns me. And I think this is what the Russians are probably counting on as well, that when it comes to EU 27 having to make really serious steps, and I would say the Americans are probably rather concerned about this as well, that there won't be this sort of unity. And this is, I mean, I think this is a serious mistake. But again, I think this is how the Russians are able to keep, you know, playing the Europe over and over again. Because, I mean, for Russia, the Russians need to believe that the costs of what they are doing are going to be huge for them to have a change of approach. And so far, I haven't seen any sign that these costs have been that huge. I mean, when we go back to 2014 or even back to 2008, I mean, the Russians paid zero price for what they did in Georgia. They still pay zero price for that. I think probably many in the EU have even forgotten what goes on a daily basis in Georgia, actually conventional and non-conventional tax from Russia. When we go back to 2014, actually, the violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity, the annexation, the occupation of Crimea, and everything that has happened since, you know, ethnic cleansing and whatnot, the price that Russia has paid has been tiny. I'm sorry to say tiny. Also for the war in the Donbass, that's been tiny. So if you're going to ask yourself, why does Russia feel, you know, emboldened to continue provoking crisis after crisis in the neighborhood? I mean, for me, this is part of the answer, that so far the response has been so weak that it encourages President Putin to continue to keep going. I mean, the current crisis, maybe the Russians won't launch a huge invasion into Ukraine. I would be surprised. Maybe it will be something smaller. Maybe it will be something totally different. But at the end of the day, I think that Europe and the United States really need to hold their nerve, not become more flexible, not be ready to even give the Russians half a centimeter of space, because this would be a huge mistake. I mean, there's going to be the conversations with, you know, Blinken and everybody else. And of course, it's very good to talk. But I mean, I totally agree with what has been said already, that diplomacy needs to be matched with deterrence and defense. And this needs to be visible. And you can see from a number of member states as well. I mean, they don't want to provide Ukraine with significant defensive or offensive military hardware. I think this is a mistake. But again, this is something that the Russians are counting on. I mean, I think it's time that it's time for the West to actually take the first steps, to actually have a robust position, to be proactive, to actually do some of the things that the Russians are saying that we're actually doing now. We need to do those things. You know, we need to show that we are able to act. We're able to really stand up for the things that we believe in, that we're really serious about shoring up European security, because I think there's still some in the EU that are ready to look for a sort of, you know, a way out of this, which involves in somehow giving the Russians some space to achieve some of the objectives that they've set out to at the beginning of this crisis. And I think this would be the very wrong message. And maybe this crisis will be over soon. Maybe the Russian troops will, you know, withdraw, go back to their barracks. But I can guarantee you that if we don't change our position vis-a-vis Russia, this will only repeat itself 6 months down the line. Maybe not with an invasion, maybe not with an incursion, but with an energy crisis, other sorts of hybrid challenges. So this is why I'm saying we need to have a more robust approach. And just my last point is about the neighborhood. I mean, why is the neighborhood important for us? You can say, why is Ukraine important? Why is Georgia important? I mean, first of all, it's obvious that what happens there impacts onto Europe. I mean, the United States is in the other side of the world, but it's also about democracy. I mean, in both Ukraine and Georgia, you have, you know, millions and millions of people that want to have a democratic future. They want to have the rule of law. They want to build, you know, secure and stable countries. And I think this is important. And they should have the same, you know, rights and chances to achieve this as other European nations. And I think it's important for that reason that, at least from the European Union, that they remain strongly committed to the Eastern Partnership, to their partners, to give them a much longer term vision of where this relationship is going to. Because, I mean, let's be sure there's other actors that are waiting in the sidelines to fill these vacuums that can be left by the EU. And I'm not talking about the Russians here, because, you know, Russians are Russians. I'm talking more about China. I mean, we need to think about EU soft power in this region. I mean, in some areas it's being eroded, and this needs to be stopped immediately, because, I mean, the Chinese are putting on the table financial and trade packages which have no strings attached. And this is not only a challenge for the countries themselves, but it can have very unpleasant repercussions as well for the EU in the future. So it's a reason why they need to stay engaged, you know, for stability in the neighborhood, to support the populations and those people that want change, and to prevent other malign actors coming into the region.
Thank you so much, Amanda. I'm more than agree with every point you mentioned. It's very important, your points about democracy, about future of Eastern Partnership. This is the question I will get back with to you in the second round. But before that, Hannah, Amanda raised very important question about sanctions. We often consider that as a response to the Russia aggression. So the first question is that enough or not? But quite often at the same time, I heard, and you are familiar with such question, that many of our colleagues ask that why taxpayers in EU should pay for security of Ukraine or Georgia. So why they should pay for our security, and what can we offer? Because those countries are not just the pocket of problem. They create opportunity. What is the advantage of Ukraine and Georgia and our cooperation? What we can offer?
I will start first from the sanctions, and that's interesting. Think about sanctions that we need to understand. It's not only Russian, but in this case, it is particular. First of all, sanctions have been extremely important from the political point of view. Don't think about sanctions only in terms of money. European Union sanctions are important as the demonstration of the European Union unity and position, because for the Russian Federation always it was extremely important to speak with the individual capitals and to have individual positions of Hungary, of Italy, of France, of Germany, of those countries where politicians sometimes can be more agreeable towards the Kremlin policy than with the others. So when we have each half a year the continuation of the sanctions and even increase in some cases of the sanctions, when Italy, when Hungary, despite all their problems maybe with relations with other countries or with Ukraine, are still voting that sanctions should be prolonged, that is important political signal. That doesn't matter what is happening. If you do something wrong, you are punished, and that European Union will have the single voice position on such crises. That's extremely important, not only for Ukraine, not only as a symbol for Russia, but also for the European Union. It means that in the real crisis situation, European Union is able to speak in the foreign policy issues with the single voice. So that don't underestimate these positions, because we heard reaction, we saw the reaction, especially in the very beginning. It was a big surprise for a lot of Russian experts, like, really, they can do it? That's the certain unity. And that was very important for us as well. The second is that sanctions work. They work in the long-term perspective. They make the war more expensive, more difficult to perform, less free money to spend. If previously it would be easier just to throw money, we saw how the money being thrown to Donbass, that in few years, they've been disappearing a little bit, less money for the war, because you need to take them from somewhere. Definitely now with the race for the prices for oil and gas, there is a little bit more of money, but when the prices were low, it was a little bit more difficult, but also there are contracts lost. For example, Russia lost contract with India for the construction of the ships for Navy. The reason was they couldn't perform the contracts because the engines were from Germany. And then other contracts that they lost in the military industry because the spare parts were from Ukraine or from other countries within the European Union. Then even some countries that are not within the European Union, but they saw, oh, we are selling a lot of weapons to some of the European Union countries, and we can be under the sanctions. Why should we do it? It's better not to work. So in this way, when we have several researches with data done by the Ukrainian experts, in certain spheres, it's really worked. We can say that it's really changed Russian politics, and that here we are like very critical and we understand this. But at the same time, we can say that sanctions are not working. Point number 3 about sanctions, that this issue been perfectly used by the Russian propaganda in the European Union countries, saying that it is you who are suffering, not us. We will survive and you're suffering. I remember the very beginning, the first year of sanctions, when in Poland, it was the huge campaign, something like, oh, your agriculture will die or something like this. And our Polish colleagues made the research, just took statistics, the easy trade statistics, and it appeared that Russian trade of those goods, it was something like 1 or 1.5% of the trade of the country. So definitely neither agriculture nor Polish economy would collapse when they rejected this 1%. And then they showed the trade even with Ukraine with the same category of goods, and with the few other European countries, it was something like 10%, 15%. So it was a huge difference. Then it was the same research for other countries done from time to time. And the reality, the facts demonstrated that most of the industries within the European Union didn't suffer. Yeah, it can be one enterprise that had it predominantly there. Because sometimes, remember Georgian wines, yep. Can it be a tragedy for the wine industry? It's a pure new opportunity. Because you, 2 months of difficulties, but then you realize how you need to act. The same way in Ukraine with the agriculture in my region of Odessa, because most of the vegetables being sent to the Russian supermarkets from Bessarabia. Very soon they, months or 2, and they found the new markets and they started doing something with these.
Moldova and the same.
So Moldova the same. So we're in the same boat. All of us had this. The question is, are we managing or are we crying? That is different. And because of this, what we can propose, that is also one of the issues that in this situation, when we are together, we're searching the decisions together, and with the association agreements, with the free trade agreements, that is the opportunities where you are looking at these markets, you are searching for other opportunities. And even going a little bit further than the Black Sea, 2 years ago, one of my colleagues who were dealing with Africa published an article and showed how, for example, Ukraine and European Union can work together in Africa in many spheres. And it can be beneficial for 2 sides where we have opportunities of what to do, and the European Union had entrance to the countries and so on. I mean, it was a very thorough and good analysis about this. So we should think a little bit behind or beyond the borders of the European Union in this case. We can look at our markets, we can look at our joint opportunities, we can look for the third countries. And even in terms of China, that is also the issue, because here we are looking at only from one side to the problems, but that also gave us certain opportunities for European Union and Eastern Partnership countries, how to use, for example, difficulties in the relations with China, with moving some of the enterprises to our territories, or with doing with the joint policies towards China, and many, many others. That is just the question, what we are looking for, excuses or the opportunities and the solutions to these situations, because solutions can be discussed, and as practice showed, we are finding these solutions more and more.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. And at the same time, I want to get back to the point of reforms in democracy, because this is the pillar of both European and Euro-Atlantic integration. Because when we are talking about the NATO, about the EU, or just about our relationship with the Western countries, is based on 2 pillars. The one practical dimension, and another, and most important, is value-based relationship. Julian, we have, if we're talking about Black Sea, among littoral states, we have 2 aspirant nations, Ukraine and Georgia. If we're talking about EU dimension, we have 3 associated countries. Last year in Batumi, they signed the declaration establishing associated trio, but at the same time, those very three countries are under attack and are under threat, and sometimes even they are called not as a aspirant or associated countries, but like a gray zones. So the question is how to protect democracy during the hybrid warfare. That's not the secret that that part of the world, regrettably, has become kind of laboratory for Russia warfare technologies, which once again has consequences for our countries and for others. While NATO and EU are not ready for the bold political move, why not reinforce practical dimension? Why not make, for instance, joint threat assessment? Why not use more capabilities what Georgia creates or Ukraine creates? Why not make presence of NATO more robust and more obvious?
Okay, I'm in the same framework of my own statements and not official one, and I will make 5 points, but let me answer very shortly to this. Each of the countries needs to make the case. The West does not need, and I mean the West as a whole, does not need to be interested in Georgia, Ukraine, or Republic of Moldova only when those countries are in crisis, only when there's a war or there's a threat. I would have been far more interested to have a case where we have huge evolutions in reforms, new improvements in the rule of law, who could be advertised and considered as lessons learned and good practices for everybody. This would be the cases that you can make. And what I can tell you is that the relation with the West will not improve as provided that those reforms are really made. And it's also a matter of societal resilience. Because all in all, okay, it's about the state, it's about the governments who are responsible, but first and foremost, it is about the societies who accept or not, who have a saying or not, who have a capacity or not to say their word and to move the right. So that would be the answer, but I would like to make 5 points who are related to what we've said up to this moment, and including to your question. And I will come back to the reasoning, the strategic planning, and the reality, if you want, not the advertised reality or the informational warfare. I think that one of the points of the dialogue with Russia should focus on who is Russia's security challenge. We are seeing this type of quarrel with the West and threats coming because NATO is doing whatever. NATO is not an offensive alliance. It never has done anything than in Afghanistan destabilization. It's nothing that came from NATO was not a reassurance of the security for the members and for the neighbors. One of the commitments that each of the states are taking by entering the alliance is that they are not going to do unilateral activities of attacking one of their neighbors. In that situation, the Article 5 does not play if you are the aggressor and you are a member state. So it's a guarantee for Russia. On another point, if you look to some other direction, and we've heard a piece of statement of one of the most important leaders of the Russian Federation saying with the strategic balance of nuclear weapons, we also have some other neighbors than Europeans plus US. Well, guys, yes, you do have some other neighbors. And if the calculus of any strategic planner is for real, you never had to quarrel with the West, on the contrary. My second point goes on the fact that it's no longer, and here I will somehow nuance what Amanda has said, it's no longer about East versus South. It's no longer about New Europe versus Old Europe, Rumsfeld's take. It's no longer about a split on those cases. And I can tell you who made the difference: the Russian Federation. It's no longer about a threat in the East, Georgia, Ukraine. It's about a threat in Syria and European French interests in Syria. It is about a threat in Libya, where the whole world, EU, through migration, through other issues, instability, are threatened. Lately, it's about private military companies in Mali or in Central Africa. It is about access to resources or taking over resources from those states without any care for stability or for the wealth of the people there or other means. So in that area, I think that at this point, it's no longer a division inside the EU. Russia is all around. It is challenging each and every policy of the European states, and everybody is very much aware of this. My third point, I will come back to the conference of Minister of Foreign Affairs Lavrov, because it really is appealing. The main, besides the game, who is the first to blame, who begins the whole process, and the conclusion of Mr. Lavrov is that it's a difference of assessing things, because Russia believes that in Kiev it has been a coup attempt and a coup who changed Yanukovych, who flew, and the democratic countries believe that Maidan was an expression of democratic. And this difference between democracy and autocracy is basically the core of the division of what Russia sees. But Russia forget to look a little bit behind that and to see what prompted the Maidan. People took the street, by the way, a good note for the EU, because in Vilnius, Yanukovych did not respect the vote and the will of the people in Ukraine. So, besides that, the reference is about the indivisibility of the security in Europe, CSCE in 1975. It is true, but this is a sequence of the lecture of the Helsinki Agreement. Helsinki Agreement actually has a basis on the observance of the borders of the countries in the whole Europe, beginning with that moment. So don't change the borders by military means. And the second point, observing human rights. Go figure out that today, all, and I mean all, the references and reports related to both of the indicators of Helsinki, 1975, are breached by only one country, Russian Federation. So how can you claim indivisibility of the security when you are the provider of the tectonicity and of the turbulences that are harming the security of Europe? My fourth point, it is about sanctions. And yes, we have to realize that it is costly for each of the countries. But when Germany assumes the cost of blocking Nord Stream 2, when every country realizes that it is cheaper to pay the cost of sanctions than to make a war or to support a war, I think that at this point, we are no longer, neither in 2008 after Georgia, neither in 2014 after the annexation of Crimea and the Russian military aggression in eastern Ukraine. It's behind us. We've done it once, we've done it twice. Some of our democratic member states, and by the way, it's healthy to have different opinion, came with arguments at those times. Now, I think that it is very difficult to make a Russia case and a Russia first case now in Europe, in the EU, at any table. And my fifth point is the fact that, when I will quote, it's not my idea, but I will take it and deliver it to you. The fact that we Europe, we the West are already invaded by Russia. I will not put the label of corruption, but in any case, there are gestures that encouraged Russia once we've seen this invasion of proposed to selected leaders that moved directly from key position in the leadership of European states to key position in Russian companies. 2 chancellors, 1 minister of foreign affairs, some other officials in the forefront, some leaders of the party who are paid or who are benefiting from loans from Russian banks. This is a weakness that we do have, and this is a problem of resilience that we have to tackle at the European level, at the Western level as well, because all those signals are showing Russia that there are ways to reach their will and their means. And we have, in the sanction, I will rate this as being the first concern and the first point that we should tackle ourselves. It's the same for the associated trio and the other countries in the post-Soviet space. When you have leaders and go and see who's doing what. When you had such leaders, you have a problem. It's no longer about the decision that fits to the national interests of each and every of our countries.
Thank you. More than agree. The Europe whole free and in peace, that's still a dream, regrettably. And talking about Europe, Amanda, let's once again talk about the European Union and the current diversity in the EU. Today, we are witnessing, let's say, European conservatism towards NATO, towards EU, I mean enlargement. At the same time, Hannah already mentioned that European neighbors of EU are not only problems, they are creating opportunities as well. Is there ready the EU to be more open, even when it comes to very, very practical things? When it comes, for instance, the new project of cooperation, communicate, like 3C initiative project, and what EU can do to protect young democracies. And you already mentioned the soft power. European soft power, I mean, neither Ukraine or Georgia need to be convinced that EU is good. We know that, and there are huge number of supporters among society in both countries, Georgia, Ukraine, as well as in Moldova. The question is about the practical steps. So visibility of the EU and soft power of EU depends on those practical steps. What is the Europe is ready for?
I mean, Europe has been going through what we call in the EPC a perma crisis for several years. You know, migration crises, economic crises, all sorts of crises. And the last, year or so has been very destabilizing for the EU as well. I mean, the departure of Mrs. Merkel, then Brexit, these sorts of issues. So the EU is going through, rather a period of turmoil, I would say. This isn't particularly great news. for partners, including in the neighborhood, because the EU really needs to, get its own house in order, and to sort of, drill down and refocus on some of its policies, including in the neighborhood. So it's a particularly difficult period. I mean, the situation in Afghanistan, I mean, the immediate response to that from the European Union was, we don't want any migrants. That wasn't particularly a great message, but I mean, I think it's relevant in the way the EU is thinking at the moment. But I mean, that said, I think it is important that the EU keeps giving the correct messaging to the partners in the neighborhood, and not only them. I mean, first and foremost, we have to talk about the Western Balkans, because the Western Balkans have all been promised, full membership of the EU. But I mean, we can see, unfortunately, these days that there seems to be a slowing down from the side of the EU, or a lack of, I don't know, real political will to see this process through as quickly as possible. I mean, North Macedonia, once it's sorted out its name issue, I think there was an expectation that things with the EU would go quite quickly. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Have become, very difficult because of, border and other disputes. Very difficult to understand disputes actually with EU neighbors. Bosnia is, stuck in as well. Albania, there's problems all the way. But I mean, the fact that the EU isn't able to give them a clear perspective of when they would join is detrimental. And if you're sitting in the neighborhood in Ukraine or Georgia or elsewhere, and you see this sort of approach towards countries that have been promised membership, I think this starts to put questions in your minds as well, because I don't think it gives a particularly good image of the EU as a committed and a reliable partner. And of course, this impacts, I think anyway, the EU as a soft power actor, which is a mistake. But I mean, as we're in Georgia, I mean, I can make the example here, the fact that the Michel's plan collapsed. This came as a huge blow to the European Union. The fact that Georgia rejected, EU financing. I mean, you have to ask the question, how did it come to that? But I think this is also a reflection of the fact that the EU hasn't been able to develop a clear strategy or a clear vision for the future. And this has implications. And many in the EU would say, what does it matter? We don't care about Georgia anyway. It's a long way away. I'm talking about those people, normal people, not politicians, or some politicians might say that anyway, we don't care, it's far away, it's not in our neighborhood. But I think this is a mistake. It's a strategic error, because what happens in the South Caucasus, in Georgia, does impact the EU as well. So I would think there's a real need for the EU to really double down and recalibrate its policies towards the region. I mean, I think the fact that in the last Eastern Partnership Summit, it was very difficult to insert the words Black Sea, I mean, into the flipping final declaration. I mean, what does that tell you? It's sort of disjointed from reality. I think there are some things that the EU should be doing. I mean, first of all, this EU strategic compass, which is due to be launched in March. I mean, this should have a strong Black Sea element in it. It's important because it's important for EU security and defense. So it should be in there. The EU should be, taking bigger efforts to strengthen the resilience of these neighbors in the Black Sea, in let's say in parallel with NATO's efforts. So this is something that the EU could be doing. Also, I think that the EU should be strengthening dialogue with other partners in this region who do play a useful role in the Black Sea. And first and foremost, this should be with Turkey. Because I think the EU has got into a very bad habit of basically describing all of Turkish foreign policy as bad. And this is simply not true. I mean, we know that Turkey historically has had, it's been a very much a status quo actor in the Black Sea, but I think this did actually change after the annexation of Crimea. Turkey had a much more assertive approach. They have been a key partner for Ukraine politically, economically, in defense terms. Foreign Minister Çavuşoğlu actually made a statement calling, for the Russians not to have such a one-sided approach recently in terms of this military buildup. I mean, it's not easy actually for Turkey to make strong approaches towards Russia like that, because we know that Turkey needs to play a sort of balanced role in the Black Sea. And also, as we heard yesterday from Sinan, Turkey has interests where Russia is relevant in the Middle East, in Syria, in Libya, etc. But also they have, energy cooperation and other projects in the country where if the Russians feel like it, or if they get annoyed with Turkey, they can make things difficult. And that's not necessarily great in the pre-election year. So I think strengthening dialogue with these countries that can help the EU or have a key interest in strengthening regional security is important.
Thank you so much, Amanda, and I really appreciated your point about Turkey, because this is, I really regret that we haven't Turkish speaker on our panel, but this is the country which contributes a lot in both European and Euro-Atlantic security. This is a significant member of NATO. This is, it has significant role on the Black Sea, and once again contributes a lot in European development and security. Now I'm opening the floor, and please, Georgi, introduce yourself once again, please, and then the speaker, the question addressed to. And
thank you. I'm Georgi Badridze of the Rondeli Foundation. The question goes to all three if they care to answer. But before, just a short comment on Dr. Kifu's kind of assessment of whether someone's jumping on the Kremlin payroll amounts to corruption or not. I can understand why Mr. Kifu could be reluctant to kind of label this as corruption, but let me give you just one example why I think that most politicians who do so, and even at the early stage when someone could kind of try to excuse this as a naivete, understood perfectly well what was expected of them. In 2008, August, as a chargé in London, I acted as a Georgia spokesman trying to defend my country, including in the media. And at one point, I met a prominent British politician, former Secretary General of a very, very important organization, which I will not name. And I told him he knew Georgia, he had visited Georgia, had supported Georgia's aspiration for joining that organization. And I'm telling him, oh, could you please say a few words in support of Georgia, in defense of Georgia? Because these were critical days when Georgia could have fallen. And he told me with incredible sincerity that, Georgi, I'm sorry, but you see, I am on this Russian company board, which was not 100% Russian. So it would be a conflict of interest if I said something. So even at that early stage, no one was that naive, I guess, not to understand that they were simply paid to act in the interest of not even Russia, of Kremlin. And then we have so many other examples how people receiving, not just politicians, but in academia, in other areas in media, receiving Russian money means usually lobbying the Kremlin interests. So let's not be kind of vague about it in any way, shape, or form. Although of course, I understand your position, right? The question is about immediate response to already happening moves by Russia. And from our experience, once again, Russia is very serious about tactical considerations, sometimes over the long-term strategic issues. I don't know whether Kremlin strategists have made all the calculations about the long-term effects of possible economic sanctions, But the question is whether you think the Kremlin is making certain observations and conclusions based on the immediate response to its moves, such as, for instance, Germany's denial of its airspace to British Air Force carrying defensive weapons to Ukraine. Whether it has been noted in the Kremlin that the American statement about dire economic consequences in case of war deliberately and explicitly omitted any military component. And other ongoing events. The reason why I'm saying and emphasizing this is that we have observed Russia's tactical approach in the midst of the 2008 August war, day before Russia signed the EU negotiated brokered agreement on ceasefire. It imitated the attack on Tbilisi from Akhalgori, where armored column actually departed and then returned. I guess the response to that moment was something that, well, made the Kremlin decide maybe it's not worth attacking Tbilisi. Do you think today they are seeing signs that would deter or encourage Russian military action in Ukraine?
And question towards Julian or to all speakers, or?
I would make a small comment just for the sake of the Germans, with all our difficulties, but the Ministry of Defense of Germany said that there were no requests from Brits about crossing their territory. So that's also the question about why Royal Air Forces decided to fly like this and to also to send the signal probably in their certain way. But at the same time, definitely some developments with Germany concerning the weapons supply to Ukraine are quite worrying, and that is a bad signal, let's say, in this situation, because you've been speaking about these signals, but at the same time, it's nothing new. So we know from the very beginning, the statements of the previous government being completely the same, that they are not going to support supply of any kinds of weapons to Ukraine. And speaking about the Black Sea region, the previous Minister of Defense of Germany also said that don't expect German ships in the Black Sea, when we already had even French coming and Spanish, those who are usually not that much interested in the Black Sea affairs, in addition to British and American and few others. So the signals are important. The question is, what type of the signals? And definitely here the joint response that NATO demonstrated starting from Riga last year, when they gathered, and when within these few weeks of these negotiations at different levels, we heard the single voice of NATO saying that it's our problem and our decision when Ukraine and NATO would join. Maybe they would not join in 20 years because they are not ready, but it's not because Russia is telling this, but because we as a NATO member states would decide it like this. That was, it seems to me, extremely important. And when Finland and Sweden joined these voices, two neutral countries, it was even more important because it's demonstrated the real red lines. And it was also important for the NATO countries, it seems to me, themselves, because they put these red lines for themselves where they are not ready. What is important for them? That it's not Ukrainian membership or Georgian membership that is important, but that is important that NATO would decide by themselves about their future and their security. But otherwise, that's always the question about what is sufficient signal to be sent, what is a clear signal to be sent, but at the same time not to cross the line. Because here we also understand that Kremlin is looking for excuses for their actions and for their statements. And I understand even that Ukraine would like to have as much support, as much statements, critical statements from a lot of the European capitals. At the same time, we should be sometimes objective and to feel this thin edge, this line, how to make Russia feeling that it is dangerous, that they should not go further, but at the same time not to press extra, because we saw it in the history for many, many times. When you press Russia too much, they can go how do you call it in English, without the hat? I mean, like, they're becoming mad and saying, like, we don't care what are the losses we would have. We just need to go there. So this thin line and this edge, that's extremely important and probably the most difficult for any politician now, to any military and for any strategies to make this decision. Where is this line that we can gain what we need, but at the same time not to really provoke it that much that in this case we can start thinking that maybe we provoked these actions. Not yet, luckily, and definitely not NATO enlargement as this provocation. It would be something at the different level, something more emotional, it seems to me.
Thank you. Please, Amanda.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Russians are probably trying to put the West into such a panic that they'll end up with some sort of agreement that can be interpreted in different ways. Because I mean, this has worked in the past, I'm sorry to say. I mean, the agreement that was the ceasefire agreement in Georgia was very badly worded and can be interpreted two ways. Exactly the same thing with the Minsk agreements in Ukraine. So I think it's, you know, really important that however this ends, that the signals are very clear, the wording is clear, and that the West doesn't find itself in another situation where they end up signing a piece of paper or doing something that can be interpreted one way by us and one way by the Kremlin, because there seems to be, you know, a history of repeating this mistake over and over again, which is a key reason why us in the West find ourselves again in this very confrontational and new crisis with the Russians.
Thank you, Julian, please.
Thank you. So first about your comments about avoiding or not and how to, you know, there's chivalresque, not talking about partners and allies, way of dealing with the countries that would have maybe inconvenient positions if some of the actions happen. And we tend, in between allies and partners, to avoid putting those countries in inconvenient situation, in processes and moments where they have electoral or settlings of a new government, a new chancellor, or you name it. You tend to avoid to add problems or issues in the public space or somewhere else to such countries. It's a matter of behaving, and I think this is the way to do it, generally speaking, for international relations, to avoid putting your neighbor, your partner, your ally, or any other country in a difficult situation without any purpose, just by ignoring some of the sensibilities that each of the country has. The second point, I think that you're talking about putting Russia with the back on the wall. So actually, we are in a situation where Russia put itself in that position, and the huge problem now is how to find a way out for Russia. It is also a matter of goodwill and of creativity. How to solve this Thucydides trap without putting Russia in a position where it would be impossible for, even though the original step has been created by Moscow itself. The third point, well, if ever, and it's just hypothetical, if ever overnight Ukraine and Georgia are received in NATO just like this, the author of such, who would prompt such a gesture, would be Russia. Don't forget, what was the percentages of Ukrainian citizens supporting NATO accession before the annexation of Crimea? Do you remember?
13.
17%. I have the last polls, and you have Olena, who has. I've been in the poll. 17%. You know what is the rating after the annexation of Crimea, after the Russian aggression in Eastern, after the Baltseve, when Russian troops, regular troops, need to enter Ukraine in order to reverse the trend there. And as now, well, it's Russia who created the majority, who pushed Ukraine. So it was NATO. It was a non-alignment type of neutrality in some cases that some parties advised. So you have to take care of what you wish, because something could even happen.
Thank you. Teona, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Teona Kubardia, Georgian MP. Very interesting presentations. Thank you very much. Because the coffee break is waiting for us, I will be very quick, but I will have three short questions for each panel.
Three?
For each.
Three for each.
So, Amanda, you rightly mentioned about the lack of a strategy towards Russia and that Russia has not paid the cost for its revisionist policy and for all the things which Russia is doing, not only in Georgia and Ukraine, but for the West too. So my question is, what will be the right cost for Russia to pay? Because for Russia, economic sanctions are not the right cost. And when Mr. Iulian was saying about that we need to be, it was nearly like that we need to be thankful if we become NATO members because of Russian aggression. Will it be to accept Georgia and Ukraine into NATO a proper cost for Russia to pay? That will be my question. Another question to Iulian would be, what is next for the Black Sea security after all what we are now? And what will be the main issue for Madrid summit in terms of the Black Sea security? And the third question for Hannah will be, wherever there are challenges, there are also opportunities. From your perspective, what are the opportunities for Ukraine and maybe for Georgia in this security? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Who would like to start?
You want to start from the easiest, where the opportunities. It seems to me opportunities depends on us a lot, because what the last year demonstrated that when Ukraine and Georgia are being active and proactive in our relations with the European Union and NATO, it opens additional doors. If we speak about the European Union, we are talking about the greater economic cooperation. This year is exactly when we are reviving the or reviewing the association agreement in terms of the free trade. That's also give us certain opportunities to discuss. Even Brexit gave us certain opportunities because we signed very beneficial agreements after this, even that it was bad for the European Union, but it was good for Ukraine as a result. But if we speak about NATO, and that is more important, it seems to me that first of all, it gave the opportunity that finally NATO paid attention to the Black Sea. And we analyze it that within the last year in each of the summit documents, we see greater and greater attention to the Black Sea, understanding of what is happening here. And what is more important, the desire to cooperate with Ukraine and Georgia on the Black Sea matters. So it's not anymore NATO Black Sea strategy, it is cooperation with partners about the Black Sea security and what is happening there. The second, it is the enhanced opportunity partnership. Quite a vague concept, but what the negotiations of the last year demonstrate that NATO is ready to talk with the 6 partners, and especially, okay, let's forget a little bit about Jordan and Australia, they have other perspectives, but Ukraine, Georgia, Finland, and Sweden, they are waiting for the certain propositions from our country, how we would like to feel this concept of the enhanced opportunity partnership, how we really can increase cooperation within this format. And we have these talks both at the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, we have these talks at the expert level, we have these talks at the governmental level. And we really hope that by the Madrid summit, we would see more let's say, more practical steps about what else can be added there. And unfortunately, or fortunately, this crisis situation is adding to this, because it is certain understanding of what practical steps can be done in cybersecurity, in intelligence exchange, in resilience, in the raising awareness, in many other spheres, very sensitive spheres, let's be honest, when before it was difficult for some of the NATO countries talking about this. And I also hope that it would increase the maritime cooperation. And that's also the opportunity for us, because Black Sea, very often it was seen from Brussels as some territory, but not dominantly understanding what does mean maritime security. And it seems to me that NATO now is returning again to the maritime issues in the more coherent way. And that's where we can be involved. For Ukraine, we are developing our Navy after 75% of it being left in Crimea. And we are already developing the new Navy. Georgia also appeared without Navy. And now we see the new start of the negotiations about how the Navy cooperation can happen even without the ships, about Navy forces as forces. And maybe it's time to restore some maritime power for Georgia. So these spheres, they're coming, and definitely cyber and others, they will be just appearing, but it would depend on us a lot. What propositions we are ready to put forward for NATO as well for the discussions.
Thank you so much. Julian, please.
So Teona, it was about Madrid and Black Sea security. First, it's too early to call. We don't know what will happen in 1 week, in 1 month. It is about 2 documents: the strategic concept, which is 10 years cycle. Now it's 12 years it will be. And the final declaration. Both documents will be influenced by the events that will happen in the next period. I remember I was in Newport Beach in the Wales Summit in 2014. You can't imagine what we negotiated in February and March in terms of wording and what, well, if you look at, okay, you can't look, but imagine how a mandate could look like in beginning of the year,
Right.
and how it changed. We realized with multiple pluses, but it happened also due to the fact that we had the annexation of Crimea and Russian action. What I would expect to have, without any reference to what will happen in the future. For the eastern flank, we will equalize the TFP and the EFP. So actually, we will have the enhanced forward presence also in the southern part of the eastern flank. And the unity of the flank, it's one alliance, one flank, which means the same type of indivisibility of security and threat assessment. The second part, for sure, we are going to have a Black Sea security, as a document would be either public or either with a public part, but the message will be there. Black Sea will be a part of the NATO summit provisions in either of the documents.
Thanks so much. Amanda, please.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I mean, NATO should accept Georgia and Ukraine because they made a commitment, not because of some, revenge on the Russians. I mean, they made a commitment. I mean, Georgia should actually already be a member of NATO if we were playing by the rules. So I think this is important. Individual EU member states need to do much more to crack down on illicit dirty money that comes from Russia. I think this would be an important signal, and they need to stop making the same mistakes. I think we're in a cycle of repeating the same mistakes over and over again with the Russians that the Russians understand very well. And last but not least, I mean, it comes down to developing, a real policy. And I'm sorry to say, but waiting for President Putin to leave is not a policy. But yes, yet this is what some member states actually are waiting for. I mean, he could be there a long time. And it's also, not that sure who would come after him or whether it would really make such a massive difference to the way the Russian Federation would view this neighborhood. It could almost be an identical vision, quite frankly.
For the record, by the way, I didn't state what Tona was implying in the question to Amanda.
Thank you so much. And very last question from Julian Heinrella. I'm so sorry I can't take more because we are almost running out of time. You will have opportunity during the coffee break for conversation. Julian, please.
Thank you. Very simple question. Istanbul Channel, if and when in operation, how will it affect security in the Black Sea? Thank you.
Brilliant question.
Operation. The question is where it would start, because we've just discussed yesterday. There are several scenarios, and if I would be a strategist, I would draw at least 4 the most feasible types of attacks: from Belarus territory, from uncontrolled territories around Kharkiv, and from the Black Sea. And the question is that if the Black Sea is the less protected, but at the same time, it is the most difficult for this attack, especially now because of the weather conditions. They are the most unpredictable in the Black Sea. Also because of the control of the territory, it's much more difficult to control it from the south rather than if to go, especially from the east, where you already have support, you need supply, you need all these logistics and infrastructure over there. It seems to me that the Black Sea attack can be only as the supplement to another front where it may go. And here definitely the most dangerous for us is Azov and what is happening over there, because it is the easiest to get there for the Russian Federation from tactical point of view. But at the same time, we see the desire to block Odessa as the trade port and what is happening there. So if, as I said, it is, I believe, more in the supplement rather than the first front. At the same time, provocations and everything is happening more and more, and the Black Sea became the third front of the activities. If we speak about the Black Sea, it would be not in winter, because it's really, now we see how often the Odessa port is closed, for example, because of the weather conditions. So it's much more complicated. And February usually much worse in Odessa. Like, we have wonderful weather in January, but in February it can be very, very bad weather. And what to do? We really hope that in this case we would have a greater attention and support, including Turkey. And with the latest developments, there are more and more belief that Turkey made their decisions about the sides. We were talking about NATO, how important it is there, but 2 days ago, it was the phrase from the Turkish top-level politician, I just forgot, was it Erdogan himself or Çavuşoğlu? Now, it seems to me if it was even Erdogan himself who said that we are not dismissing the European membership of Turkey, that we are still going. And it was real surprise, because it seems to me that for the last 10 years, I haven't heard it from Ankara. And for me, it was very symbolic that they understand with whom they would like to be in case the crisis really developed.
Thanks so much. Please, Julian.
Ivlian, so first, it doesn't change the geography. It's true, it's a new channel if and when it's going to be built. Second, we have discussed with our Turkish strategic partners, and they are still maintaining the fact that Montreux Convention is applicable to Istanbul channel. And as long as those basic things are not moving from the existing situation, I don't see any change. The change would be if Montreux Convention is dropped. And by the way, it could be dropped only by Turkey and only related to both of the channels at the same time. I don't think that it is really a case, and I understood what you wanted to imply, that via Istanbul channel we could have a different international status. It's not going to happen.
Thank you, Julian. Amanda, would you like to?
I don't have anything to add. I agree with what Julian just said on the canal.
Very final, of course. I can't deny.
Yours up.
I have two.
good morning to everyone. Good morning, and thank you very much for the discussion.
After party?
After party was very good, and I did have sports anymore. And thank you very much for the hospitality last night. About the Istanbul Channel, I think has been said, but the problem here is not about the sea. We have been saying for a long time, as the Turkish diplomats, politicians everywhere, the problem is around the sea. All these crises are on land. And there is a very old and, well, very much used, this is what Crimea is about, it's about Sebastopol. You have ships there, warships. There is, but this Black Sea security, I disagree with what had been said. So finally NATO pay attention? No. NATO has been paying attention to Black Sea when Ukraine, Russia, Georgia were not part of collective security talks. Turkey was a NATO country, and Black Sea was a concern. And today it's a concern of more NATO members, and in different terms. But to attract attention to Black Sea will not make this part of the world safer. We have to make use of every opportunity to keep Black Sea stable and safe for everyone. And this is what Montreux is. It's, again, I tell everywhere, repeat it everywhere, and I will tell it today. The reason why Turkey entered to NATO was because Stalin wanted A, Tauclarity, 2, Montreux. He wanted to have more say in the straits. And this is how we entered to NATO. So it is a discussion for a while, but I'd like to retreat. I know that it will keep on the discussion, so I will not put a full stop to that discussion. But the fact is, the countries around the Black Sea have to put their governing capabilities, their strategies together. They have to manage their countries better, govern better, and those who are not literal to the Black Sea should not develop fantasies, policies on the cost of the literal states and of our own security. We have to, and that had been why we had Black Sea 4. We had a lot of regional initiatives, and that goes for all members, including all that security in Russia. And yes, Turkey had never and will not recognize annexation of Crimea. But then I worked in Ukraine, and Ambassador Dolgov was working in Ankara when I was working in Ukraine. And we had a lot of talks about how to keep Crimea part of Ukraine. Certain steps, if you don't take, at the time you should take, then you lose. This is also for NATO. We have to take the steps that we should take when we have to. We are now paying the bill sometimes of the steps we have not taken elsewhere and around the Black Sea 15 years ago. So there are lessons to be learned by everyone, but first and foremost, the states, the countries, the people around. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Definitely, we have to take steps. We have to take responsibility. And I'm pretty sure that we need 1 more hour for the discussion. Regrettably, I can't. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to thank our outstanding speakers. Thank you so much.
And our moderator.
You and approaching European states, becoming one family with them. One of reasons maybe is security, not the last at least reason, if not the first. So it's very relevant to our conference to discuss and to touch upon the issues related to our integration with European Union. But our session is dedicated to more specific issues than just European integration or integration of 3 of our countries associated to EU countries into the EU. But it is dedicated to a specific issue that we call cooperation between Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova in order to coordinate their paths, their drive towards the European Union. And this cooperation is now taking a kind of special shape or form. And this we call cooperation of the associated trio countries. First of all, I see here Mr. Andrius Kubilius, and I would like to thank very much him. Also, I see Mr. Michael Emerson on the screen who joined us. Both speakers join us from Brussels. From the left side from me is Mr. Julian Groza. He came from Moldova. And Dmitro Shulga, he came from Ukraine. So all of panelists, distinguished panelists, they are not, I would say, they're directly linked to the issue, or they are directly involved in this process or in this endeavor, which I described just recently, just said that this is trio cooperation. First of all, I would mention Mr. Kubilius and his contribution to the development or to the establishment of trio, because the term trio belongs to him. Actually, Mr. Kubilius invented this trio, and he did a lot in order to somehow to promote this cooperation between 3 countries, also to promote this idea of cooperation of trio in Brussels, in European Parliament and European institutions in general. So you can understand that how important it is Mr. Kubilius' involvement in our conference, and also is important to know about his, to share his ideas about the possibilities for cooperation in the trio format. I would like also to thank very much Mr. Michael Emerson, who we can call him Ambassador Emerson, as his former ambassador, EU ambassador to Moscow. And he's a very well-known researcher, and he used to work a lot as well on not just on European integration or on the region, a wider region to say, but also he worked directly on EAP-related issues. Also, he wrote a lot about Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova, and he contributed a lot in the European Union decisions, and because you know that in EU decision-making is tightly linked to the research, to the research area, to the field, and in Brussels and in EU capitals, they listen to those scholars who provide ideas and who provide new ideas and Mr. Emerson, I would say, is one of them who really supplied during this time with ideas European institutions. So also very interesting to listen his ideas and his considerations about future of trio. And here from the right and left side from me, I told you that colleagues who arrived from Ukraine and Moldova, these are also those, I would say, not just very good experts on European integration and on their own countries, but they are strong enthusiasts for promoting the idea of cooperation between Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. I remember Dmytro Shulga was organizing conferences for 3 associated countries since 2015, if I'm wrong.
2017.
17, all right. Since 2017, so he contributed a lot in also in promoting the idea of cooperation of these 3 countries for the aim of their European integration, coordination, their work on their way towards Europe. And Mr. Julian Groza as well, I remember him from participating also in these conferences very actively. As a former diplomat and deputy foreign minister as well, he used to work a lot on European integration issues as such and contributed a lot in Moldova's I would say, formulation of Moldova's policy towards European Union. And as expert, he also contributed a lot in the promotion of this idea of cooperation between Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova. He was always very cooperative in forming this cooperation between civil society organizations, and he continues research and his activities also in this regard. So I call you to look to this brochure, and you will see the more detailed description of the biographies or bios on our speakers, which is really impressive for any of them. But I wouldn't like to take much time because I know that we will have quite intensive discussions on the subject. And let's continue with the topic. First of all, I would like to say a few words, not taking much time. I consider myself as well enthusiast and great supporter of European integration of Georgia, Europeanization of Georgia, but not only Georgia, but all Eastern Partnership countries, including those which don't have European aspirations at this moment. They don't want to join European Union, but I am very much confident that earlier or later, these other countries of Eastern Partnership also will change their mind and will also develop their vision on their rapprochement with European Union. But at this moment, the cooperation is important between Eastern Partnership countries. And times ago, we all experts working in this direction, we were thinking how to distinguish these 3 countries, Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, from all 6 Eastern Partnership countries, among all 6 Eastern Partnership countries, and how to find the appropriate format for these 3 countries that they could cooperate also separately, not only within the 6 plus EU format on Eastern Partnership, but also 3 plus EU format. I think that for some time we were discussing these issues, all who were involved in this business, because it was evident that these 3 countries need something special, something exclusive. The Eastern Partnership is an inclusive format, which is great, and it should develop further. But we needed some kind of exclusive format because our aspirations were much stronger than of other partners from Eastern Partnership. But finally, we saw, and everybody sees now that Eastern Partnership is not a platform where we can expect division of the format on different groupings, and special grouping or special panel at least, or something like this, developed for these 3 countries. But finally, everybody agreed that it's not necessary to wait for European Union when EU says that let's create separate format for these 3 countries. Actually, this was the case with Visegrad Group, for example, when EU EU even recommended to Visegrad countries before they started integration process into the EU. But with Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova, we could not expect this because we are not candidate, we are not potential candidates, we are not considered the countries who at this moment who are considered for EU membership. So there will be no from EU side first initiative about this. So we thought at that time that probably it's better to start cooperation among these three countries by the decision of the government. And here Mr. Kubilius of course proposed very important and very interesting idea of creating a trio format. And it was really accepted by all three countries, by governments, by civil societies. By the way, civil society very much promoted also this idea with their governments in all three countries. And we see that starting from 2019, we saw memorandum, special memorandum signed by ministers of foreign affairs, and then also last summer there was another memorandum signed or declaration, joint declaration signed by presidents. Then we started looking or witnessing real development of cooperation between the institutional structures of these three countries, dedicated to the European integration of all three countries, so to promote European integration of all the three countries. And we saw several visits of ministers of foreign affairs together, all three. Also, we saw the visits of prime ministers just recently before the Eastern Partnership Summit, who tried to lobby the idea of giving perspective, EU perspective for all three countries. And finally, we got to the moment when actually trio is formed. But what will be the future of this trio? How we see the cooperation between these three countries? Just meetings and in Brussels and trying to advocate in Brussels, or there could be more deeper cooperation between all these three countries, like it happened with, for example, Visegrad Group countries in 1990s. So let me to stop here, and let me to ask first Mr. Kubilius to provide his ideas regarding what I was just describing now. And of course, it would be very interesting to listen if he sees any possibilities that European institutions more explicitly support trio, its cooperation, and if there are any prospects for EU somehow to engage in this process in cooperation with trio format more intensely than we see now. Yes, floor is yours, Mr. Kubilius.
Well, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Good afternoon in Tbilisi. Good morning, from Strasbourg, from Brussels. Really, you explained almost everything, and especially when I see, good friends like Michael Emerson, Dmitry Shulga, and Julian Groza, with whom I don't know, we spoke so many times on similar issues in different conferences, seminars, or elaborating some very important papers. What Michael Emerson did last year with SEPS. I don't know what else I can say, but first of all, of course, it's very important that during those really turbulent times when Kremlin is threatening everybody around, we are talking not only about military issues, but we're talking also about EU and integration and so on and so on. Because from my point of view, EU, of course, EU is different from NATO, but if NATO has, what we can call hard power, EU has very, very important and very strong and, and very significant soft power, which sometimes, EU forgets
about its significance and how important is that soft power, especially for neighboring countries and especially for Eastern Partnership countries, which are suffering because of all those threats from Kremlin. Second, from my point of view, really integration towards EU is exactly bringing not only economical possibilities of economical and social development, but also possibilities of security development, because success of such countries like Georgia, like Moldova, Ukraine, is exactly what is making those countries much more secure. And from my point of view, Kremlin really is worried about success of those countries. That is why they are trying to intervene, and that is why from EU side we need to have much more clear strategy how to help those countries to become successful. And from the history of European continent, from the history of post-Soviet period, we can say in a very definite way that there are no single examples that any post-Soviet country, either it would be Baltic countries or Central European countries, there is no any single example that such countries would be able to become successful ones without getting EU support through EU soft power instruments. And those soft power instruments are, of course, integration. So that's my general philosophy. Second one, especially thanks a lot for all those nice words about how to say input into development of TRIO strategy. But first of all, I would remind that Tbilisi is very important from that point of view. If you remember, the first time we started to speak about TRIO strategy, TRIO concept, exactly in Tbilisi at the end of 2019 during Euronest Parliamentary Assembly session. So from that time, I'm very happy that especially during last year, even the Eastern Partnership Summit, recognized TRIO format as an important one, and that is really an achievement of all TRIO countries, their governments, their leadership, that they pushed that idea to become a reality. And from that point of view, I would say that such kind of development, especially looking into Eastern Partnership Summit, that Eastern Partnership Summit recognizes this format as really an important one. I see it as most significant positive step forward, in development of Eastern Partnership policies, which during the last several years, after the last big steps forward with the free agreements, unfortunately, Eastern Partnership policy was in some kind of impasse, not moving forward without any more ambitious visions, more ambitious policy, long-term policy proposals, which really from my point of view was becoming a dangerous tendency, because that was influence of that impasse was very clear. Motivation for reforms in all three associated countries, in all TRIO countries, started to erode. Domestic political erosion was an outcome of that lack of motivation, and that is where really we need to see those challenges also as very clear. So that is why development of TRIO idea is very important, but also it's very important for TRIO to get some kind of very clear next agenda, ambitious agenda, not only technical about any kind of flagship projects, but also with clear philosophy, how to push forward integration of those countries closer towards EU, looking into this decade as most important one. Now, why this Eastern Partnership policy, it was and still is in some kind of impasse, as I call it. I see here, first of all, the problems with lack of political will on EU side Of course, we can talk a lot about, motivation, lack of motivation for reforms in Georgia or Moldova. Okay, it's a new with a new government, maybe can be an example, but Ukraine also, we can talk a lot about those, issues of political motivation, lack or deficit of political motivation. But first of all, I see the problems on the EU side, that EU was not able to come out with some kind of bigger ideas. And I see two reasons why that became permanent impasse situation. First of all, it's very clear that in some big capitals of EU, there is, from my point of view, very wrong attitude, but still quite prevalent attitude, which I would call not to provoke Kremlin, not to provoke Russia. I mean, in big capitals, there is some kind of, wrong approach that, strengthening of Ukraine, strengthening of Georgia and Moldova with EU integration can provoke Kremlin. Kremlin can become very angry, and that will, destabilize the whole situation. From my point of view, exactly, we should look in an opposite way. Weakness of, EU response, weakness of, some point of view of Eastern Partnership countries. That is what is provoking Moscow. But But again, I am just trying to explain that one of the reasons why there is a lack of political will when we are talking about Eastern Partnership policy is this wrong attitude, but quite prevailing how not to provoke Moscow. Second, problems. Second reason of that impasse, of course, is that on your side there is some quite objective, factors like not reformed decision-making process, not reformed institutions, which pushes some capitals to speak very clearly that without reforms inside of EU, it's impossible to manage, next wave of enlargement, and that is why Western Balkans, integration is not moving forward, and that is why EU is also not ready to speak very clearly about integration of Eastern Partnership countries. So those two major reasons. Now, as I said, not to provoke Moscow, I see as a wrong attitude, and I hope that exactly this moment when Kremlin is behaving in a really very aggressive way can convince exactly and can open new opportunities for EU to elaborate much more clear vision that exactly integration towards EU of trio countries could be a clear answer to all those threats coming from Kremlin. But on institutional challenges of EU, what is the second reason of impasse? I would not elaborate too much. It's very clear that with decision making based on consensus on each country having veto right is really becoming an obstacle for next wave of enlargement. I don't know how long it will take for EU to agree on some kind of modification of those procedures. Also, institutions like Commission, with more than 30 members of EU, if enlargement would be also really a problematical arrangement. Here, Michael Emerson is much better, prepared to explain how some of those obstacles, how they can be managed with some kind of stage integration into or conditional integration into institutions. But also, I would remind that really exactly Michael Emerson and CEPS last year reminded us very important formula, which was invented by Romano Prodi, everything but institutions, which Romano Prodi declared when he spoke back in 2002 about EU policy towards neighborhood. And looking into that formula, I think this is what we can try to, to see as a possibility for EU to have more ambitious and really realistic approach towards next stage of, integration of trio countries, where I would say exactly concentration on integration into single market, which would bring all the benefits of economical integration, would be really a very concrete idea, concrete proposal. It will take time. It's not so easy to achieve such a goal, but it would bring also a lot of very clear benefits for trio countries, and which would be realistic in its implementation, because integration into single market will not demand from EU to have any kind of changes in its institutions, in decision making, at least for time being. And that is why we are trying really to look into such possibility. I would remind very simply, what kind of benefits, for example, Georgia, Ukraine could expect, or Moldova from that integration into single market. I would remind that in 1999, Lithuania, my country, my home country, before we became members of EU in 2004, in 1999, our GDP per capita in so-called PPP terms, in purchasing power parity terms, was around of 36% if you compare with the EU average. Now in 2021, according to IMF data, we are almost at the level of 90%. So we grew up from 36 up to 90% during the last 20 years. And exactly the reason why we grew so rapidly was our integration into European single market. Now, Georgia, at the same level, also Moldova and Ukraine, their parameter, the same parameter is around of 33%, if you compare with EU average. So integration into single market, from my point of view, would be exactly what could bring, long-term vision, long-term, possibility for trio countries to become much stronger in economical development area, and that is what can bring some kind of new ambitions, new motivations for reforms, and for in general for integration of trio countries towards EU. So I stop here. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Kubilius. Yes, still you said many new things which I didn't mention about EAP and the recognition by the summit in the summit declaration, and also very interesting idea which I also read in your article dedicated to trio around 2 months ago, which you wrote. The idea of providing a special stimulus to these three countries by giving them perspective of joining single market. And as I understand, you mean something, a model close to the model which was used with EFTA in 1992, agreement that was signed between EU and EFTA and established a European Economic Area. So that is very good idea, and as you mentioned in your article, you think that this would be a kind of provisional objective and stimulus, additional stimulus for these three countries to continue reforms and to drive more intensively towards the European integration. Thank you very much, and let me now turn to Mr. Michael Emerson, who I already introduced him as a scholar. He's a senior fellow in CEPS, the Center for European Policy Studies. Brussels is a well-known, very well-known think tank that provides EU with ideas and with solutions, also EU institutions, with solutions regarding the European integration. So, Mr. Michael Emerson, you as a researcher working so many years on this area and on European integration, what are your feelings about the prospect of these three countries to join their efforts? And what would you suggest for them to do in order to
thank you very much,
intensify
Kaka,
their path towards European integration, towards EU? Yes,
Thank you very
please.
much, Kaka, for your introduction, your kind, very kind and generous words. It's a great pleasure. Well, I would like to have been in Tbilisi with you, but here we are. It is, in any case, a great pleasure to be sharing the panel with you and the others on the panel, because we are all long-standing friends, but more importantly, I think we share a certain school of fundamental thinking about these European integration affairs. Right, well, now what to do with the trio? The Russian threat, very serious, sinister threat, is a new context for what to do with the trio. And so I'm going to go into that. First point would be to remember that there's an important political distinction between NATO and EU, although the two are kind of bracketed together in many speeches. Full NATO membership for Georgia and Ukraine is, in the opinion of most people in the NATO area, not on the table. Ever since the Bucharest declaration, that was fuzzy, but basically the Europeans were saying no to membership application plans. EU affairs, however, is a more elastic question with more open ideas as to how to fashion integration and ultimately accession. So what I'm going to lay out supposes for the moment that the current Russian threat does not lead to war. If it does lead to war, God only knows what the context is going to become. So we have to wait for that, as Julian Chifu said in the last session. Broadly speaking, for the trio, the EU has to become more explicit and positive in supporting it. EU personalities have to learn the very difficult task of pronouncing the word trio, which they find they have kind of speech impediment towards. Some of them do. Okay. Right, now getting into the serious business. First, general propositions, and then some remarks addressed to each of the three trio countries individually. So on the generalities, 4 points. Number one, you can certainly build on the better features of what's going on in the Eastern Partnership domain and in the relations with the three associates. Certainly, also, especially for Ukraine, build on the Green Deal approximation and for all the digital transformation process. And it's good that the EU is trying to organize EU and IFI funding for so-called flagship projects. Okay, point two, this leads into point two, which is about the case for real more on more, to use Brussels jargon. That is to say, enhanced funding for desirable projects conditional on objective ratings of political criteria of the countries. And on that, with Mr. Kubilius, we made a contribution in March of this year with a paper subsequently more developed in ways that I'm going to say in a moment. And these papers are referenced in the document that I've tried to load on the chat. I hope it's there. Right, now point 3, then. Now this comes actually to what Mr. Kubilis referred to, PROD is everything but the institutions. We have a bit of a different take on that. We have everything potentially with, however, progressive step-by-step participation in the institutions before full accession. We go into this in great detail in the second of the papers I've referenced, called a template for staged accession to the EU. But one can foresee participation in various council bodies without voting rights, MPs delegated to the European Parliament, and so on. More broadly speaking, the trio states themselves should unify their requests to the EU and also subject each other to peer review to curb any policies that might undermine the reputation of the trio project. Fourth point, and this is the most fundamental one and most, if you like, innovative. In our view, the EU needs now to undertake a rather fundamental review of both its enlargement and neighborhood policies and create a more constructive system of realistic incentives for all the countries concerned. The present denial of membership perspectives is an impasse which you've got to get out of. So how to do this? This requires a little bit more detail, which is detailed in the paper I've referred to, but the essence is like this. Certainly keep Article 49 of the treaty entitling any European democracy to apply for membership. But the accession process should be redefined in a set of stages with progressive integration conditional upon political and economic criteria. Now, crucially, and simplifying greatly, there should be, in our argument, a penultimate stage of accession in which the candidate states would have been qualified for full membership of all policies, funding, and institutions, with just 2 exceptions. No veto powers and no member of the Commission. This would be respecting the serious concern of EU member states not to weaken the functionality of the institutions by more fragile democracies with veto powers. This would go on for a while. But at the same time, the EU itself is concerned with, under the Future of Europe slogan, reforming its own policies internally. And first 2 candidates for treatment there are precisely to enhance qualified majority voting, therefore reduce veto powers, and secondly, to implement the Lisbon Treaty provision for limiting the number of commissioners to only 2/3 of the number of member states, a provision that is there still but has not yet been implemented. Now, encouragingly, the current leadership of France, Germany, and Italy are already recently, very recently, on record advocating enhancement of qualified majority voting. So there's a dynamic under there, and as and when that dynamic can be translated into action, hey presto, we discover that the core member states have really converged on the conditions that we propose for the penultimate stage of accession, that is to say, in everything except for voting powers and a member of the Commission. Okay, so that's the general proposition. Now on the three countries individually. Ukraine first. Zelensky's regime is somewhat shaky, but there's still an important bedrock of EU integration policies underway, going beyond the association agreement and DCFTA. And one can highlight Ukraine's serious political commitment to joining in the Green Deal, which would be hugely transformative for the Ukrainian economy and indeed society. So let's do that and back it up with more for more funding, because it's a very expensive but very, very important project. I mean, it links to energy independence question, and so the Russian threat and so forth. Right, now Moldova. The Sandu presidency and new government have won well-founded plaudits for their impeccably democratic transformation of the Moldovan political system. Already earlier, they disposed of their ruling oligarch, and now they are engaged in important reforms of the judiciary and so forth. So, but Moldova remains extremely fragile for COVID and energy supply reasons, and the EU has recently helped finance their increasingly expensive gas imports from Russia. So further conditional support for Moldova is absolutely justified. Now for Georgia. Now, may I say reasonably politely that Georgia has in recent past become the most controversial politically of the trio partners because of political decisions widely criticized both at home and abroad for things that are rather undemocratic. The government has now earned a reputation, a certain reputation in EU circles for delivering bad surprises in the form of decisions that the leadership must have known to have been in conflict with clearly established European political values. So I don't go into detail there, you know all about it. The agreement with Charles Michel of April and reneging on certain elements of that. Most recently, a very controversial step to abolish an independent inspectorate. So these decisions, things like that, stand incongruously alongside continuing speeches about the intention to submit a formal application for membership in 2024. So what could be done now, trying to think more constructively, to get Georgia back on the rails? Well, first, since trust with the EU has been broken, it's got to be re-established. If not, indeed, the credibility of the trio itself is damaged. Now, there are ample opportunities for political dialogue at all levels. What is needed to begin with, I would suggest, is at least some kind of discrete understanding between the government and the EU that there be no more bad surprises. We know what that means. That is to say, when the government is thinking of doing something that is likely to be criticized as being contrary to European political values, the topic should be tabled at political dialogue for discussion with the EU to see whether such measures can be adapted to be less conflictual. This would be, if you like, a temporary arrangement, and when the trust is restored, it becomes superfluous. Now, second point, maybe it'd be a good idea for Georgia to think about a certain refinement or reformulation of its intended 2024 application for full membership along the lines advocated, I've just advocated earlier, for staged accession to the EU under my fourth point. And not only for Georgian reasons, the EU itself has been stuck on a negative position over membership perspectives without creating other more positive perspectives. So the trio states could themselves work out some common understanding that whereby the conventional accession process is presently on hold, pending EU internal reform. They could help engineer a new integration dynamic by endorsing the idea of staged accession for any of the three in accordance with their own political developments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, yes, thank you so much, Mr. Emerson. Well, you really built up this logical construction of describing the countries, the context, describing the EU also, problems that the EU faces itself and its the relevance of the demands of these three countries to join EU. Also, it was very interesting your considerations regarding the application to the EU, whether as I see you consider it's a bit early and not the moment, not the proper moment in 2024 to apply for EU membership before the EU changes its vision of especially Georgia towards more positive. And also you propose to think about the template for approximation or for accession by using several steps of this process of approximation towards the goal of accession, and you consider this as an EU's task actually to reformulate its policies towards the accession. Very interesting, of course, and I think we need to think about these possibilities also. Maybe you will adopt new approaches for the accession of the countries who are aspiring EU membership. Thank you very much. And let me now, please be online with us because we will have a discussion after two other distinguished speakers will conclude their remarks. And let me now to turn to Ukraine, to Mr. Shulga, who, as I told you, that he represents, first of all, I forgot to say the Renaissance Foundation. He is director of European Integration Program there for years already and contributed a lot in many projects helping actually Ukraine to approach its goals related to European integration. And let me to ask Mr. Shulga how he considers the trio's perspectives, and we would also accept your critical views about it, not only the positive perspectives, but still I know that you are a supporter of the ideas. So please describe how you see Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova will develop all this cooperation. Especially it's interesting your view regarding what Mr. Michael Emerson said about Georgia's backsliding a little bit from the democracy or from European integration process. Backsliding, but it's actions actually more than rhetorics. And also the problems that Ukraine faces and Moldova face, both countries, not only Georgia, they face we all face many problems. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me, and really a pleasure to observe the discussions. And I probably will have to start my intervention by reflecting on some of the previous discussion points raised by in the previous panels, because of the present security context which we live in. And for me as a Ukrainian, I think it is logical to do so. So, well, when you know, there are two internal Russian questions: who is guilty and what to do. So, who is guilty? I think we all know the answer. The question to be answered is what to do. And from observing the reaction of, well, for Ukraine, it's obvious what to do. I mean, we have no other option. I mean, if there will be a new invasion, we will have to fight, and we will do whatever it takes to fight the aggressor. The question is what to do for the West. And we've seen a lot of discussions about it, and basically a very good unified position that there will be cost if Russia further makes a new invasion into Ukraine, because it's a new invasion which we are discussing, because there is already invasion. It is ongoing invasion. Crimea is occupied and Donbass is occupied. It continues every day. But if there will be new invasion, there will be cost. So new invasion will be illegitimate and unacceptable. So will be sanctioned and further action from the West. So the threat, so the use of the force against sovereign countries is unacceptable and so on. Interesting observation from my side is that seems like there is no cost for the threat of the use of force. Unprovoked threat to use the force against sovereign country, peaceful country. Well, tries to be peaceful. But I mean, it is already unacceptable. I mean, it's already a violation of international principles, international law, threat of the use of force. And seems like it's okay. I mean, we are, the West engaged in discussions, and the consequences will be only if Russia actually uses the force. But the threat of the use of force, like, accepted.
Is not sanctioned.
Sorry?
But may I just, threat of use of force is also condemned by international community as a rule. And it's also in OSCE principles, it's almost goes together with the use of force and threat of use of force. Both are,
exactly.
Both are,
that's what I'm talking about. And second,
condemned.
But then, I mean, okay, condemnation is one thing, but without real consequences, I think it stops Russia not from doing such threats and escalations to continue further with such threats and escalations, and not only against Ukraine. And actually, that's another point that we are talking about West preparing to react in case Ukraine is attacked. But if not Ukraine is attacked, if there are Russian actions some other places, it's a question. So I think what is really needed is really to face the new reality that Russians' demands go far broader than Ukraine. Basically, it's about revision of the outcome of the Cold War. So Europe is really threatened. And I mean, just what we are talking about is European security crisis. It's not Ukrainian security crisis. It's not Ukraine crisis, it's European security crisis. Because without US cover, Europe is intimidated and will be dominated by Russian power. Who will stop it? Here, I think very important is what we discussed in the previous panels, the European common approach to Russia. And we actually have seen in summer last year, interesting report presented by High Representative Borrell, analyzing 5 principles on Russia. And they're very interesting, and by the way, really interesting and I think solid report. And interesting to see that not only about support for Eastern Partnership countries, not only about sanctions against Russia for violating Ukraine's sovereignty and so on, but also interesting part on the resilience of the European Union itself. So I think that what needs to be done is actually for the European Union to think about its own resilience more. Actually, there are already a lot of instruments and mechanisms developed, like for instance, FDI check mechanism from Russia to the European Union. Very interesting. I mean, how come that in the context of the present pressing energy security crisis, a lot of gas storage facilities in Europe are owned by Russians, and they use this ownership of the gas storage facilities to create this energy security crisis? How come? And so on and so on. And I think Europe needs to be awakened. I mean, Russians want to have, basically Russians already doing what they do. I mean, they're doing Cold War against Europe, and basically you need to respond. Also with questions like, if Ukraine will be attacked, then we will ban transfer of some technologies which will be harmful for Russian industry. Come on, it should be done not because of Ukraine. It should be done because of Europe now. Because you understand that a lot of technologies from Europe or from the US is used in the industry of Russia, not only for civilian matters, but also for military purposes. So you need to have really think about restrictions of the technologies transfers, not because of Ukraine again, but because of your own security. Okay, so much. I mean, what the Russians doing about European integration is two things for our countries. One good thing is that they accelerate our resolve, because we have no other option but to integrate with the West as far as we able. But second, they do very bad thing, that they spoil and they distract our attention, efforts, and resources. And also they distracted my intervention from focusing specifically on the European integration, but to speak so much about Russia. Okay, so coming back to TRIO, Eastern Partnership, Ukraine-EU relationship. We all remember the launch of the Eastern Partnership. In 2009, Prague Summit. What is the goal? The goal was to create conditions to accelerate political association and economic integration of all 6 partner countries. Basically, this was the offer of European Union. And by the way, it was nothing new for Ukraine. Actually, this was basically extension of the offer which was made already to Ukraine to other 5 countries. Because Ukraine started negotiation on political association and economic integration in the form of association agreement with the DCFTA before launch of the Eastern Partnership. And what followed? Basically, there was this whole drama about for each and every country, partner country of the Eastern Partnership, to choose the way, whether to accept the offer or not to accept this offer. And eventually, we have the situation that for the time being, and I think for a foreseeable future, we have 3 countries, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, who accepted this offer of the Eastern Partnership in the way of political association, economic integration, association agreement, and DCFTA with the EU, and 3 other countries who, for various reasons, with their individual contexts and everything, had not accepted. Some of them, again, with the external influence, like with the Armenian case. But I think that this is the reality, and the European Union just refuses to accept that basically there are 3 countries who accepted the Eastern Partnership offer and 3 countries who want to remain in relationship. Actually, Belarus doesn't want to remain in relationship. The current Belarusian illegitimate government doesn't want to remain in the relationship, but still. So this is the basic idea how we come to the question that to the logic that European Union has to treat separately those countries who accepted this offer and want to engage more with the European Union, and those other 3 countries. And not because you need to think more about, think less about the 3 others, or to create underdogs and so on. No, I mean, I think, for instance, for Ukraine, Belarus is really critical. And I think that Belarus should be really a point of further cooperation, more cooperation and coordination between Ukraine and the European Union. It's a common challenge for us. But actually, to provide for the others the light in the tunnel, we actually need to set the example that actually those three countries, more advanced countries, they are treated with additional support from the European Union and an additional offer. What sort of additional offer from the European Union? That's a good question, and this is we are discussing quite a lot with the colleagues, with Michael, with Mr. Kubilius, and with many others. As you know, in 2014 we signed association agreements. In 2017, in Ukrainian case, it finally fully started to be implemented, fully entered into force. By the way, also in 2017, Ukraine and Georgia got visa-free regime, which is really huge achievement. And then
Moldova earlier.
Moldova earlier, actually, yeah, Moldova earlier. But this was a very huge achievement. But I mean, in 2017, we got full association agreement, full DCFTA, and full, well, not full DCFTA, I will talk about it a bit later, and visa-free regime. And then the question came out, what next? So since 2017, we are having all those discussions. What next? What next goal in our relationship with the European Union? And actually, in 2017, Kaha already mentioned, we started these discussions in a trio format. We gathered for the first time Association Exchange Forum in Kiev in November 2017, before the Vilnius summit, to discuss these issues in trio plus European Union format. And it developed into a tradition. Basically, we have this annual high-level conference in Kiev, and I think we contributed with developing this discourse about the trio. But actually, at that time, we have not had this brand trio, so really thankful to Mr. Kubilius for giving us this brand. We missed it for some time. So where are we now with this trio and Eastern Partnership discussion? Let's look at what is the outcome of the last Eastern Partnership Summit. In the last Eastern Partnership Summit, European Union and other participants endorsed the next objectives, so-called post-2020 objectives of the Eastern Partnership. And I'm not satisfied with them, and I think many people in Ukraine are not satisfied with them for several reasons, three probably reasons. First, or four reasons maybe. First, there is no actually recognition of the trio, at least in the way we would like to have. So there is no kind of really separate treatment or separate track for cooperation between the European Union and the trio in this document. Second, the document has two pillars. One is governance, and other is economic recovery and investment. And governance pillar, frankly speaking, is really very weak, very vague, and like an ambition. Well, from our perspective, maybe from the perspective of some other not advanced countries, really very ambitious, but from our perspective, we would like to have it more concrete and more far-reaching, especially from civil society perspective. A third point is that, well, we can discuss the level of investment offered. On the one hand, yeah, we are of course we are thankful to the investment offered, brought on the table. European Union supports quite a lot of things in Ukraine, going on quite a lot of reforms, really have comprehensive cooperation and technical assistance and budget support and so on. But still, I mean, the level of achievement, looking at the challenges of the country, might be, I mean, the targets which are put there might be more ambitious, I would say. And fourth point of criticism, very interesting. I mean, European Union really, in this document, really went to treat countries separately, kind of in differentiation in terms of identifying flagship priorities. What is interesting is that there is no actually support for inter-partner cooperation There's no flagship initiative to support, but there is no project identified in this document to be supported by the European Union to support cooperation among the partner countries. This is very interesting because the European Union always says that we want to support this cross-partners cooperation, but when we look at the real plans for investment from the European Union side, somehow it happened that, I mean, I don't know why, I mean, maybe because of lack of coordination from our side, probably. And this brings me to other and final part of my intervention. Actually, what we are doing among ourselves, what Kaha asked, and what we can do, and what where we are in our discussions and reflections, especially in Ukraine. So first of all, really, Ukraine, in official Ukraine, actually now identifies TRIO as a priority. So, I mean, I mentioned that we, from civil society side, we started these discussions in 2017. We invited also government representatives from all the three countries. So actually, it was a place where they met each other and got to know each other, exchanged their cards and so on. And that was our contribution. Then we, in 2019, we made a joint appeal. You remember, Kaha, we made this joint public appeal for our country, absolutely not coordinated. I mean, we deliberately didn't consult with our MFA at that time, but we saw that our government took on this, listened to that, and now Minister Kuleba says basically that associated TRIO is one of so-called small alliances which Ukraine pursues in the region. So this is one of the pillars of foreign policy right now of Ukraine. So one alliance is Lublin Triangle, another is Quadriga with Turkey, and third regional alliance of Ukraine is associated TRIO. So this is a really important thing. But what is the substance? This is really good question, and we need to really carefully discuss. And now I'm really thankful that following our last association exchange forum in Kiev, Georgian experts started this discussion, what we concretely have to propose. And we need to reflect on this really seriously, and maybe to have some time to discuss it. I will maybe share just several observations, short ones. First, we need to acknowledge, and actually we need to convey this message to the European Union, that we are already quite advanced in our cooperation. I mean, it just happens so. We are not Western Balkans. We do not have closed borders among ourselves. I mean, when I'm talking about three countries, we have a lot of. We have full. We have basically almost full free trade. Actually, very interesting in various setups. I mean, kind of various arrangements in the CIS forum, in the CIS format, still applicable FTA agreement in the CIS for our countries. In bilateral, I think Ukraine and Georgia have bilateral free trade agreement. In Guam, very interesting Guam, yeah, example. So we have already free trade among ourselves. Some barriers and some problems also exist, but not really many. So we have already quite a lot of. I mean, we have full cumulation, not diagonal cumulation as they have in Pan-Euromed, which was presented as a huge achievement for the European neighborhood policy. Come on, among ourselves, we have full cumulation. So we're already quite advanced in terms of where we are. And this needs to be acknowledged and presented to the European Union, that when you should be, we should be clear about it. Guam, very interesting example. Example of an institution created, and frankly speaking, I haven't heard much positive assessment of the outcome. And that's something why maybe we need to be cautious, not to kind of dream about establishing some new artificial institutions, but maybe to really be more realistic, understanding all the restrictions, domestic restrictions, first of all, I'm speaking about this, and to think about real possible items which we can suggest. And to be realistic, I think we also need to maybe acknowledge that well, frankly speaking, we have not, in many cases, if we go into detail, into real topics, into real projects, possible projects, potential projects, maybe we will have not all the three in all the projects, but actually maybe in many cases we will have 2 and 2, I would say, like Ukraine and Moldova, yes, and Ukraine and Georgia, on having some common priorities on one sector or another sector and scope for cooperation. What topics? I will just. This is my final point. What we are discussing now among our Ukrainian colleagues, that we have a lot of possibilities to cooperate in the energy field, in the energy domain, especially as we know, energy security is quite important for all of us. In the digital sphere, of course, there's also quite a lot of possibilities. It's a very dynamic field where European Union is also able to go further. In trade in goods, both in agro and also in industrial goods, we are approximating to European Union. We have these phytosanitary norms, we have laboratories, we have all those certificates and so on. Really interesting scope for cooperation, for sharing experience and to exchange best practices. Green Deal, already mentioned. Also, I mean, despite various structural differences in our economies, of course, I mean, Ukraine has coal mines and things like this, but still have a lot of, we can have a lot of common agenda on the Green Deal priorities. Connectivity. I think it's really a shame that European Union in its objectives on Eastern Partnership doesn't mention connectivity of the Black Sea, which I think very important for Georgia, which is very important for Ukraine. And it might be actually linked to other directions of the Trans-Caspian route and so on. So this, I mean, if we are talking about strategic approach of the European Union and of our countries, this is a scope for cooperation. And security. I'm started with security and I'm finishing with security. I think, yes, we are small countries comparatively, but still we have a lot of, well, basically we have common challenge, we have common threat, and still we can do something together and share experience and learn lessons from each other. Thank you.
Well, so thank you so much, Dmytro. Really, I appreciate not only your presentation and explanation of your positions, but also your dedication and contribution to this process. We are now discussing TRIO, and we are discussing cooperation between, partially thanks to you and your initiatives that took place since 2017. In a big part, I would say, not just partially. Yes, and now, Julian, yes, also a pleasure having you here. I would consider Julian as a not just one of best Moldovan experts, but also best experts from Eastern Partnership countries who dedicates and who really dedicated a lot to the research in European integration issues. And let me to ask him also, because he also participated actively in these discussions always, and also joined the declaration which we did together in 2017, appealing the governments to cooperate, the three governments, etc. Julian was there, and he joined also this declaration. So I would like you to describe your vision. Are you pessimistic or optimistic about this cooperation, and how you see the future of TRIO and its integration into the European Union?
Thank you very much, Kaha. Thank you for the introduction, but also for the invitation to join this very important event, especially during this time. A lot has been said already by my distinguished colleagues in this panel. So indeed, I'll try to make a few points and briefly answer to your question. I'm realistic, not pessimistic, not optimistic, but I'm trying to be realistic as much as I can. And in that sense, I think what it is important to mention is that the reality of our cooperation among ourselves, the associated countries, the level of our cooperation with the European Union has been finally, in a way or another way, reflected in the discourse of the European Union, thanks to a joint effort which has been done by our friends in the European Union, by the new Commission, and more importantly, because we have proven that we can be the drivers of the agenda within the Eastern Partnership. And I recall here the memorandum of the three ministers calling for setup of this format, associated trio, the high-level conference here in Batumi, the visits to Brussels of the Prime Minister. So Prime Ministers, the three Prime Ministers, an interaction with Charles Michel, President of the European Commission as well. So I think what proves this is if we have a joint effort, very much focused on a very concrete objective, then we are more successful in achieving it. So I wouldn't say that the results of the summit are too pessimistic for our countries. I think it was indeed an effort, not a very difficult effort for our colleagues in Brussels, diplomats and bureaucrats to recognize the reality, because we are different within the three Eastern Partnership countries, within the 6 Eastern Partnership countries. But I think for diplomats and bureaucrats, that was a tough work. And we know how bureaucrats and the diplomats dedicate a lot of time to words and wording, including about the talk about our perspectives, European perspectives and aspirations, and so on and so forth. Another point why I am cautiously optimistic and at the same time reflecting also my feeling of realism is that still, I think the good part of this summit, which we had, is that there was still quite strong wording about our European aspirations, which was not the case in the summit before the last one. We just can recall how shy the statements of the EU, the joint declaration, was about recognizing our European aspirations. This time it was clear. And I think in many ways, the beer in the room helped us as well. By bullying us, by provoking EU, by provoking the West, I think this also in a way helped our partners in the EU to awake, to be more awake about the importance of resilience in our countries, and that the EU has to be more outspoken in supporting our region in our aspirations. Yes, it's not a clear recognition of our perspective. And this is, again, one of the realistic part of my thoughts, is that the EU will not give us a perspective in the next 5 to 10 years, at least. And that is a fact, a reality of the fact. The EU has a lot of issues to deal within its processes.
That's why I'm sorry. That's why I ask you: are you pessimistic or optimistic?
I'm realistic. This is not an element of pessimism for us or optimism for Russia. No, it's an element that we need to understand, because if we want to achieve something, I think we need to understand the realities on the ground and the possibilities and the ways how we can achieve our goal. Repeating the same track will not give us different results. So we need to think about how to be more creative, more consistent, and more ambitious in actions, in deeds that will help us to get closer to the European Union. I think that is important. Because Moldova tried many things. I mean, in early 2000s, we said that if EU will not accept us by the door, we will enter by the window. What I mean, we joined the Stability Pact in Western Balkans. And we thought that would help us to promote our European integration agenda. We joined the Southeastern European Cooperation Process, an organization that, in a way, it's an organization that prepares countries to become members. And we have countries that are candidates, members now, and Moldova as well. We are founding members of Regional Cooperation Council.
In Balkans.
In Balkans, yes. Together with other Western Balkan countries, Moldova is a member of Regional Cooperation Council. This year, we will help the chairmanship of CEFTA, Central European Free Trade Area. We are also members of the Energy Community Treaty, together with Ukraine and Georgia now. So we tried many approaches, and I think the lessons learned in this approach is that if you want to prove that you are ready to be a member of the European Union, you have to prove that you learn that you are able to cooperate with other peers, with other countries in a regional context. And again, here in the region, we have a lot of formats, and Dumitru has mentioned, and Kaha has mentioned, Guam organization, other regional formats that partially work, partially not, CIS, for example, right? So in all this experience that we have now in Southeastern Europe as Moldova and Eastern Partnership area, leads me to the conclusion that if we will learn how to work together, if we will learn to cooperate together, if we will have joint achievable, realistic goals, which will bring us together, I think we have more chances to get into a bigger family of the European Union when time it comes. Many colleagues have mentioned about the backsliding in Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova. Here in the region, we are on a roller coaster. And why we are on the roller coaster? Because we have systemic problems with our democracies, with the rule of law, with the kleptocrats, with vested interests, very much supported also from outside by Russia, making us more vulnerable. And I think that is an element that will continue to be if we will not be stronger, if we will not attract our partners, if we will not breach with our partners, if we will not explain to our partners much better the realities here, whenever we have the opportunity. The second point I wanted to mention is that, again, something linked to the approaches in the region. Dumitru mentioned about Prague Declaration. It was 2009 when basically the offer of Eastern Partnership was made. They offered to in-betweeners in a way. And all these years, I think the way how the countries have developed over the last now 13 years almost, I think proves that the EU approach at that point was valid, was realistic, and I think at the end of the day it helped to get us in a better shape. Not in a shape that we wanted or we aspired, because we have a lot of issues still in the whole region, but true is that our three countries, Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova, the aspiring countries are very much more advanced and more closer. And now, as Russia is claiming the right to our region, trying to get the West into a discussion again about spheres of influences, provoking, bluffing. Today, I think also the West, the EU, US, EU have a good opportunity, learning lessons from the past, understanding a bit better the shape of Russia and what Russia is thinking, maybe not until the end, but still. One of the ways how EU and US can approach, if Russia is demanding the veto right of our sovereign nations to decide our future, to join alliances or to join EU, the response of the EU and US should be very sure and very concrete to that. We will provide membership NATO to Georgia and Ukraine, and that is something which will happen. We are providing membership perspective for Ukraine, for Georgia, for Moldova, because this is what the countries want, and we will engage into it. Maybe not now, but in the future, yes. Another way to say, why not EU and US? Well, I would put it in brackets, bluff as well. Who knows, maybe that would help, because this is exactly what Russia wants. So I think that is another element that I wanted to leave with you and maybe to discuss it a bit further. And I will conclude with the way forward for the Eastern Partnership countries in this association trio. I think the start was great. Memorandums, summits, conferences. We achieved at least the minimum that we wanted. The format is established. The reflection process about how we can better cooperate together, how we can give content to this association trio started. I think we have a few years ahead of us. I think the new post-2020 objective of Eastern Partnership, the flagships, even though they are targeted to individual countries, they still have elements which connected us. If you look at infrastructure of transports, for example, energy.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, maybe it's not very clear from how it is there, but it very much depends on us. The flagships will help our countries individually, but it also should help our countries to be better connected. But also we have to prove that we are able and we are doing that. Cyber security is something that EU was saying that is ready to support. Okay, let's see what concretely can be done in supporting our countries to be more resilient in terms of cybersecurity. And we have seen that Russia has challenged the cybersecurity very clearly now in Ukraine. I'm sure if Russia would want it, they will do the same, not only with our other countries, but they will continue to do it in EU countries as well. So working with that, very concrete things, measures which would help us to be more resilient in that sense, will be something on the security aspects that we can talk and do together with the support of EU and US, of course, as well. Very concrete things which will bring benefits to all citizens. Travel. I mean, I really want to travel from Chisinau to Tbilisi on a plane, not taking other planes. That is something which our countries have to think about. The businesses have to think about. Investments have to think about, including EU investments, right? Roaming. We talked about roaming for the last almost 5 years. Apparently, we are progressing. Our countries are almost ready to sign the agreements on roaming. I think it's something which will again benefit our citizens. First step among ourselves, next step with the EU, something which is really important. SEPA, again, we discussed about SEPA for some years. It's something which will provide concrete integration into a system, financial banking system with the EU, which would help transfers among our citizens in the EU, here in the region. It will be much easier. We are advancing on that. In the next 1 or 2 years, I think it will be a reality. Finding this type of elements which would practically help us to integrate with the EU infrastructure, EU system. Energy, I don't talk about, I mean, energy, of course, we started for many years with ENTSO-E, ENTSO-G, but not only that. I think doing these concrete things, it will help. In parallel, we have to put our houses in order. Our democracy, rule of law, we have to be more resilient. We have to fight impunity in our countries, which is largely split, which is influencing a lot the shape of our political system in our countries. Because our system is very much exposed to kleptocratic practices, to corruption. That is something which we have to think and do with the support of all partners, cooperating better among each other. And I think that is, in any ways, will help us to be more credible, to advance into our integration processes with the European Union. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Yes, Julian, it was very concrete as well as Dimitro's presentation. And so I just noticed your approach, continuing thinking about concrete ideas around which these three countries can cooperate. And the roaming and SEPA, energy, transport. Regarding the transport, I can little bit add that actually in Eastern Partnership there is 10T possibility, which in general covers the issues that of your concern. The
framework is there.
Transport is also there actually, but in the frame of the project, extension of the European transport networks towards the Eastern Partnership region. And all this is issues that the government should start, governments should start talking about. To my view, at this point, the governments are just, that you mentioned also, and Julian as well, that it's very good that memorandum signed and going and showing up in Brussels and talking together. It's very good together with European institutions, but what about the context, internal context of cooperation between these three countries? This should be already drawn and shaped, developed the idea and concept. So I think that in this, civil society should be more active to pressure the governments to show what in reality, what is the material outcome of this process. Thank you very much for all presentations were completed. Now let's turn to the questions. Yes, Ambassador Badridze, first he raises his hand. Yes, please.
Thank you. Well, since we are discussing the association agreement and the DCFTA, which has been the foundation of the trio, I think it worth mentioning that nothing exposes better what I would only describe as disingenuous, to put it politely, approach by Russia and justification of its hostility towards the cooperation of its neighbors with the West on the grounds of security considerations, especially when we remember that Russia actively blocked association agreement and DCFTA for Ukraine and Armenia when both Ukrainian and Armenia had pro-Russian and quite corrupt governments. I think this is quite good indication what true attitude and intentions in Russia are. But against this background, I would like to ask both speakers from Ukraine and Moldova, how do they think this instrument provided by the European Union, specifically the DCFTA, has been utilized by these countries? Because it's not necessarily a tangible one-time thing, it's an opportunity. And I'm afraid in Georgia, we cannot really show much for our successful utilization of these instruments, because curiously, after the signing of the CFTA by Georgia, it was the trade with Russia that exponentially expanded, not necessarily with the EU. What could you tell us about Ukraine's and Moldova's kind of success in that direction?
Well, thank you very much. I will collect several questions as far as we are really, have little time left. So let's economize and collect the questions. Yes.
Thank you. I want to thank Rondeli Foundation.
Giga Bokeria
from Europe, Georgia. And thanks to all the speakers, especially Prime Minister Kubilius, one of the few voices in a difficult time, not only supporting my country, but still a strong voice for Europe, Poland, free and at peace. So thanks, Prime Minister, for that. My question remark is, on two fronts. One is security front, not directly connected with the topic of this panel, but I think indirectly still very relevant. Until there are no substantial consequences for Russia's actions towards Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, or in general, I think the situation only will deteriorate. And I think one of the speakers was spot on, saying that what we're witnessing now is that there has been no consequences for things Russia already have done vis-a-vis Ukraine, Georgia, in Syria. So our speakers, and especially Prime Minister Kubilius, optimistic that in a dramatic scenario, unfortunately, which we should contemplate, that there will be an action in Ukraine. Do we see any sign that this time the reaction will be really different and there'll be real consequences? Because without that, it's a recipe for disaster. Secondly, until there is de facto block by several Western capitals on enlargement of NATO, and we all know that, unfortunately, and the message is that there is no pathway for the moment for Ukraine or Georgia, and no real discussion on enlargement. This is also an invitation for trouble. That's on security front. So the question is, do we see a hope now for any change? On domestic front, and this is connected to EU, the trouble is that since Warsaw Summit, political decisions on DCFTA, visa-free, which were later on implemented, the situation is in complete limbo. There are no consequences, positive consequences for any of the countries in Eastern Partnership if the country performs well. And equally, there are no consequences if there is a clear deterioration of democracy and rule of law, like in Georgia. And that, in combination, again, is a recipe for disaster. So I'd love to hear the opinions of our speakers on that. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Is there any third question from the audience? Or comment? Also welcome. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that we will start from Mr. Kubilius and Mr. Michael Emerson. Yeah, you can respond to questions if you consider interesting for you, please.
Yeah, maybe I will start. Thanks a lot, because I will need to run away. You know, we have plenary session here in Strasbourg with Emmanuel Macron coming to explain us what the French presidency will try to do. So now on Mr. Boccaria question, you know, questions 2-1, security, and what are the consequences for Kremlin and for Russia? Well, it would be good for me also to know what, you know, what could be an answer from the Western community if really Kremlin will try to overstep some very clear red lines, if Kremlin will start, you know, new wave of the war. You know, we can be, yeah, quite satisfied with some language which we have seen, you know, recently from NATO, from US, you know, in so-called roundtable discussions. As I understand, yesterday also German Foreign Affairs Minister, she was quite tough while speaking with Lavrov, you know, at least in the press conference. Those are things which could, you know, bring some de-escalation, you know, and maybe, you know, Kremlin would start to understand what can be the consequences. But still, I am missing some very message, you know, from the West, because sometimes it looks like that, you know, to start a real military war by Kremlin is something like almost ordinary business. We are discussing how we shall react. Should there be, you know, swift sanctions, or they will be too difficult to implement, and so on and so on. And for me, that, you know, new normality, that somebody can threaten, you know, with a real military invasion, you know, and everybody else in the West are discussing in a, you know, daily business. So how we should react? For me, it's something really still very much, you know, unacceptable. I would put very clear answer, to start military invasion, open military invasion with all the threats which we are listening now, it's not ordinary normal business which we should discuss in a polite way with representatives from Kremlin. We need to give very simple answer. That would be a real criminal behavior of Kremlin, and Kremlin needs to be ready in such a case to real international tribunal and reaction on that scale. That should be our first answer. That this would be criminal offense of all the world international rules and things like that. Maybe that would change a little bit their perception of what could be the Western reaction, because we cannot allow Kremlin to create this new normal, that they can threaten, and we are saying, okay, let's sit down around the table, let's talk. Maybe you will de-escalate situation and things like that. So that's the first thing. Second, on reaction to domestic developments and EU policy, on Eastern Partnership and trio. I would say what I am missing, and what is my really feeling of dissatisfaction, and again, not just on associated countries, on trio countries like Georgia, but looking on what EU really still is missing to understand and missing to do. I do not see something really big on EU agenda. EU is speaking about Eastern Partnership and next steps. It's very nice to speak again about some kind of integration or some flagship projects, some next steps in energy sector, some next steps in transportation, and so on and so on. But without really clear big agenda, all those different steps in different areas creates impression that we are facing what I would call disintegration of integration. It's really becoming much less clear what are we going to achieve, for example, in 2030, where Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova will be at that time. And that's why really I am coming back to some ideas which we are proposing about integration into single market, which could be much more clearly defined. Really, thanks a lot. You mentioned Kaha, about Nordic countries' experience with integration. Economic area, we can have very clear picture what was done then, what is needed to be done now. And with such a clearly defined process and clearly defined ambition, we can have really very clear targets, what is needed to be achieved. Then we can measure the progress. Then we can say, okay, guys, you are backsliding, that is why you are you will not proceed further. That would be a real process which would allow both sides, both EU and trio countries, to be much more realistic, and that would be really also a measurable process, which would allow to overcome this impasse, which for time being I see as the biggest problem in EU attitude towards Eastern Partnership countries. Thanks a lot, and I need to leave. So thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kubilius, for your really great contribution to our conference. I know that you are leaving, so all the best and success in your endeavors. I wish you in this new year and in general. Yeah, always. Bye. Well, thank you. So I would ask now Mr. Emerson, as far as I know that the SEPS made a number of researches on DCFTAs, and it was initially before the CFTA was even signed, and afterwards several researches related to the implementation of the CFTA, and so he's, I think, quite well positioned in order to respond to the question by Ambassador Badriza regarding the DCFTA and its impact on actually on the countries like Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova. Yes, please.
Thank you, Kaka. Actually, I would like to respond or comment on the second question more. The first one aimed at Ukraine and Moldova. We have Dmitro and Julian, who are even better qualified to respond. On the question about the Russian threat and NATO and all of that, Putin is playing geopolitical poker with unpredictable but potentially deadly consequences. How can we avoid this terrible prospect deteriorating? I mean, the draft treaties that the Kremlin sent to US, NATO, and OSCE, the hard point is there should be no further NATO expansion in Ukraine and Georgia. Any Russian diplomat who is not blinded by domestic ideology and propaganda can easily, competently report that NATO accession for either of these two countries is simply not happening. And there are reasons why principal European countries will not go along with that. So this NATO question is actually a fake issue. To build it up as an existential threat. Now, why is this? Many of you will have read maybe Putin's 5,000 word article about Ukraine published in July of this year. And I quote one line where he alleges that Ukrainian Russophobia, now quote, is equivalent to weapons of mass destruction aimed at Russia, end quote. Now, is this just propaganda, or does Putin really believe what he's written there? If he has written, if he does believe it, then this has to be classified as paranoia, because this is simply distortion of realities. Well, how do you deal with a paranoiac? Very difficult problem indeed. But we have to hope that diplomacy will somehow bring reality to this NATO question and dissolve it, find a formula of words acceptable to both sides that recognizes that NATO expansion in these countries is not on the cards. I mean, if that is a fake issue, what is the real issue? Well, there certainly can be, or there is also the real issue that Putin, the autocrat and neo-imperialist, fears successful democracy in the neighboring former Soviet states. He fears a successfully democratic Ukraine, and he has reason to fear that because it would threaten his own domestic political regime. Nothing we can do about that. I mean, people want to become more democratic. Yes, this is a very deep human urge, and a natural one that one day will catch on, maybe even in Russia itself. So let us look for wording may be that diplomats can find to unwind this NATO fake issue and hope that we can get out of the worst scenario in that way. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Emerson, and let's ask our colleagues from Moldova and Ukraine to react on these questions.
I'll try to be brief as we are going beyond our schedule. On the CFTA, we exactly in this moment are working on a study to assess the impact of the CFTA in Moldova with our partners here in Georgia. I think it's Diplomatics and colleagues from SEPS. European Commission is looking into that, and very recently, I mean very soon, in spring, a very comprehensive report will be published that will go into details about the impact and solutions, how to increase the impact of the CFTA in our countries. Of course, there are a lot of challenges in the process, particularly Georgia. When you look at distance, at ways of transfer of goods, and so on and so forth, which indeed creates some kind of limitations. But I'm sure even in Georgia, there is a lot of impact in terms of the long term of the CFTA. In Moldova, of course, because Moldova is very much integrated from terms of the trade with the European Union to a large extent. I mean, we have over our 60% of our exports are going to the European Union. Half of them are going to Romania, obviously because Romania is very near to us, very close to us. Imports also, half of the imports are coming from the European Union. Yeah, so a lot of opportunities we have not managed to use over the last 7 years in terms of the CFTA, particularly because the process of transposition, the process of implementation of the standards of the acquis takes time, and it would have been much faster even if we didn't have issues in terms of the way how the institutions are functioning and the way how the rule of law is operating, because the justice, of course, the corruption has a very huge indirect impact on the possibilities of valuing the opportunities of the CFTA. So this is very much one of the elements that I wanted to bring to your attention. Second, to your question about consequences, I think, I mean, if I look in the Moldovan case, I think the EU's approach in terms of strict conditionality linked to the reform process, I mean, the conditioning, the assistance to Moldova with the reform processes, I think played an important role in the way how political system has operated over the last years in the country. There was a huge pressure on governments who have not committed, who are not delivered on the reforms, who have had politicizing institutions, who have backslided on the justice reform, who have captured institutions, justice. The cost was very high on them because, of course, the EU is very much dependent on the EU development assistance and EU development support. I think it worked in Moldovan case as we speak. And I think the fact that the EU was more outspoken, not only in terms of the vision, the objectives, but also the criticism towards the governments, communicating better with the citizens, getting closer to the citizens by projects, by supporting initiatives of media or civil society, that empowered very much various actors who also pushed a lot of pressure on the political establishment in the country, and raised a bit the awareness of the citizens about values. Because if you look in the elections we had this summer, the elections they were not about salaries or pensions. At least the agenda of the party that won the elections with the large majority, was focused on corruption and on justice. And still there is a high sense of impunity, which is not addressed. Yeah, they had a promise to fight corruption, to fight kleptocrats, and do justice to citizens. Not easy, but people gave that mandate to them, and now they are they're working on that. So I think in that sense, I think consequences exist. Costs are existing. It depends how they are applied, and I think it very much depends on the society and on the political culture at the same time in our countries. And I think we have a lot of things to learn from each other. I think that is the way how it may help other countries as well.
Thank you very much, Julian. Really, you said almost everything which could be also relevant to Georgia. Save some few things. For example, our trade is not as impressive with EU. We have 26% trade turnover with EU. You have 60%. That is really much advanced state of affairs in this regard. But let me to ask Dmitro what he says about around the questions.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Which was interested the
well,
audience.
first association agreement and DCFTA. And by the way, using this opportunity, we need to be thankful to Mr. Kubilius for inventing the name of TRIO, and also thankful to Michael Emerson for inventing DCFTA as a concept. And so,
that's right.
you know, association agreement in Ukraine has become a really big political symbol because of the dramatic Euromaidan events. I mean, it was not supposed to be so. I mean, if you look at the document, it is really a very, bureaucratic legal document, very difficult for reading and even more for understanding, and then, of course, for implementing. For general public.
Reading is not difficult understanding.
Yeah, well, even reading in many ways. Actually, in Georgia and Moldovan case, a bit more simple because in Ukrainian case, the European Union started negotiations. It was kind of, I can go into details and examples, but still. Basically, association agreement, when actually Euromaidan events happened and we were fighting for signing association agreement, frankly speaking, we were fighting for the symbol. And not many people in Ukraine were really, have read the association agreement and even less have understood what does it mean. Of course, negotiation team, there were some experts, some other experts in some think tanks who started to think about it and research, but not really many people. Now what we have, it's really a qualitative change because the situation evolved. I see that really in many cases in the government, in the ministries, in the line ministries, very, very good. Really, there are a lot of people who really very good understand what is the substance, what is the essence, what needs to be done, and what is the offer. In the civil society, in the experts community, in the business, a lot of awareness. I mean, we had a problem in 2014, frankly speaking, with awareness of the business. We had projects about it, how to help business understand what is needed to reorient from Russian market to the European market. Now, basically business is very much aware and using this opportunity. And so in terms of outcome, in terms of benefits, if we look at the level of trade, definitely Ukraine has increased trade with the European Union.
Yeah.
And that helped a lot in many ways. So, but just very important thing here, it is about simple free trade. It is not about deep and comprehensive free trade.
Not yet.
Not yet, because what we have in the DCFTA is actually, there are two types of, some other, but two critical types of provisions. First is tariff liberalization, which we have. We have tariff quotas, etc., but still, we have tariff liberalization, that's simple trade. And second is this sectoral provisions of conditional provisions, that if Ukraine approximates its legislation and regulatory framework to the European acquis communautaire, then European Union will grant Ukraine additional access to the European market. And in some cases, like in several services, Ukraine will get internal market treatment. In some sectors, it will get equivalent recognition, like for agriculture, for also ACAA agreement on conformity and recognition of the industrial goods and other areas. So we have quite a number of areas where we have in the agreement already signed. We have really good offers from the European Union. By the way, it's different a little bit. I mean, it's not that far-reaching with Moldovan and Georgian case when we started to analyze the exchange in the association agreement, association exchange forum, we understood that actually there are some important, well, the framework is similar, but still there are very important nuances when we go into details on sectors. But still for Ukraine, I mean, the level of integration to the single market offered by the European Union with Ukraine under the association agreement is bigger than the level of integration to the single market offered in the stabilization and association agreements for the Western Balkans. The DCFTA goes further. Now we have to implement it. And where we are implementing it, it's really a good question. We've provided reports about it, which actually we spend a lot of time to explain all these things also to Ukrainian government, but also, of course, to people in Brussels. To some of them, we needed really to explain that actually you need to look what you signed and really actually to look that there's not only Ukrainian commitments, but also European commitments to reciprocate if Ukraine does its homework. And Ukraine does its homework. Well, not really according to the schedule. Let's be honest. I mean, according to civil society analysis, we are behind the schedule in almost everywhere. But the good news is that we are progressing. So, okay, we are behind the schedule, but still we are going there. So, in some cases, we already achieved some criteria, and that's why we started real negotiations about ACA, about ACAA agreement. And that's why we really started negotiations about equivalence recognition in some agriculture products. That's why we are expecting the even internal market treatment in telecommunications might be not a really decent perspective, and so on and so on. So that's something what is happening. And it's not European economic area, not yet, really. It's just kind of part of it. But it's kind of slowly but surely, kind of this sort of creeping integration, sectoral integration, is the way forward. And I mean, it is not about big push right away to fully integrate, but it is kind of slowly but surely, you know. And this is the way. But I think I have to react also on this other question, and specifically on Michael Emerson's remark that Putin's paranoia. I have to agree and disagree at the same time, in a way, because I think my perspective is that Russians, what we observe from the Russian policy now is that it's a mixture of irrationality and rationality. Quite a lot of irrationality is in their threat perceptions. This is what Yulian Kifu said in the previous panel. It's obvious that Russia is not threatened from the West. It is obvious that Russia actually benefited from NATO enlargement and EU enlargement. There are stable neighbors. They're prosperous neighbors, more prosperous than before. I mean, the Eastern members of the European Union has enjoyed European economic growth, and that also increased their trade with Russia. So only beneficial. The same can be said about Ukraine. I mean, Ukraine has not perceived the association agreement as something zero-sum game with Russia. I mean, Ukrainian official position and inclination from 1990s till signature of association agreement was always, we want integration to the European Union, but also to keep free trade with Russia. That was actually, we are fighting for, negotiating with Russia to have free trade without any exclusions and reservations. But Russians were always insisting on the supranational institutions, on customs union, single economic space, always basically the same mantra. They adopted this zero-sum game. And eventually they perceived the association agreement and DCFTA in particular as a possible casus belli in 2014. That was really weird. But this is the rational. But the rational rational, I think, from their point of view, is how they try to achieve their goals. We can say that in many respects it can be kind of rational calculation, because look, 2008 war with Georgia, what is the consequence? Reset, forgotten, nothing. 2014 annexation. I mean, in Georgia they went so far as to recognize so-called independence of some regions of Georgia. With Crimea, they went even more. I mean, it's absolutely. I mean, annexation of a territory, something what never happened in Europe, and very rare examples in the global history since Second World War. What is the consequence? For Crimea, very limited. For Donbass, a little bit more, but still they are now kind of doing what they do. Why? Basically because they have their perceptions. They have perceptions of the reality. We can argue whether they are right or wrong, but they think obviously that Afghanistan shows the weakness of the United States. They understand that now it is the opportunity to press and to negotiate, and they use threat against Ukraine as a leverage against the US. They're interested in negotiations, obviously. It's very, very clear, very open about it with the US, not with Ukraine and with Europeans, with the US. So, I mean, it's a mixture of irrationality and rationality from their side. So they're paranoid, but at the same time, there is some logic in it, and we have to face it and to react, understanding all of this.
Thank you very much, Dmitro. Both questions were covered in very deep and excellent in detail. So thank you so much for your explanations. I will not continue about Georgia then, but just say that yes, Moldova and Ukraine, they've shown better progress as regards to their trade with EU than Georgia. Georgia maybe has a disadvantage of being far from EU. This is very important. Geographically, they are very close to the European countries, EU countries. So their increase in trade is easier thing. They both face some problems with approximation, and that's why non-tariff barriers are not quickly reduced with these countries. That's why Dmitro said that this is more simple trade yet than real deep. And but in Georgia, there is another problem as well, to my view. It's not just problem of approximation of regulatory framework and also adoption of the companies to these new EU standards, but also competitiveness of our goods. We do not produce anything important to sell in EU. And this is another problem. This is the problem of our economy, of our system, how it works, the economy of Georgia. So this is the big problem. And this CFTA and is very good deal. It's very good deal. It provides reduction in elimination of tariffs and reduction of non-tariff barriers, but you still need something to produce in your country and to be more attractive for investments and to use this opportunity. And here, where we have big gap. So thank you very much. I think if I don't conclude, I will become non-grata person in GFSIS. So I important issue, of course, my visa to GFSIS, but still, thank you so much for withstanding this almost 2 hours. Thank you very much to our excellent experts and from Brussels, from Strasbourg, and from Ukraine, from Moldova. And so what can I say? I will not now go to the summarizing of conference, just say that this is really important issue, cooperation between our countries, and I hope very much that this will lead to our eventual integration, maybe first to use single market as it was proposed by every expert here, and then eventual integration into EU. Thank you. And that's all this final session.
That I'm asking. I know I'm asking.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry for, I mean, I had to react on Russia because.
First of all, I would like to thank
it's Russians to blame.
the participants, presenters, the audience for the engagement, as well as my team, you know, everyone, including those girls running around and making things smooth for us to operate. Katie, Eto, Tamar, and everyone. But most importantly, as this event is around Alex Rondeli, we want to conclude with one more thing. We have initiated Alex Rondeli's stipend of excellence for international relations students. And those two young gentlemen have been waiting for too long to be awarded that prize. And that's why I'm asking your attention to be here with us for just, you know, a couple minutes. And please, please, you know, please come up, Anika and Erekle. This has been a quite competitive process. It was hard to make this decision. We had to choose one, but we could not. So I'm happy to be able to grant this scholarship to you and wish all the success and for the benefit of our country. One thing that I ask you, and we have been discussing that yesterday with Ambassador Dolgo, very important is for you to get education, to come back and to stay in this country because you are the future and the hope. So Nicholas Homeriki and Erekle Bozalishvili. Erekle represents Tbilisi State, while Nick Free University. So congratulations and thank you. Belki videodan